conservative Republican, but none of these people represent what I believe. That's why I should be running for president. I have a policy I think everybody would love. Social communarchyism. You want a dictator? I'll be your dictator. I'll call myself the monarch. Social communarchyism. You want to get into it? Socialism, communism, capitalism, and monarchy. I take the best parts of all the ideologies because I was a history major. I was going to be a teacher at one point. I know about this stuff.
I know more about socialism than anybody. I know more about being a monarch than anybody.
Social communarchyism. Socialism, communism, monarchy, and capitalism all rolled into one. Follow me. I'll close the borders with tanks. See, I like what Trump has to say. There's a war. It's going on. See, now you got me back into that rage. No, I'll stop right now. We could talk more about that on a Thursday night. Nah, he's just not a good person. That's all I care about. He doesn't deserve to be president, in my opinion. That's all. Neither does the other person or anybody in that party. So that's why I'm trapped. That's why I just trade stocks and I don't watch TV too much anymore. Nobody's opinion means anything to me. And really, the president really doesn't matter. He's just a puppet. That's why I'd be the best president, because I would be nobody's puppet, and that's why I'd probably be murdered.
Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Hey, there he is. What's up, y'all?
We're back.
Hey, I got something fancy to do today. Wait, you know what I'm going to do? We already kicked some ass, so blast out the email. VRAX from 266. I just explained to people how you don't have to be the first one in, the second one in, or the third one in. And I just demonstrated momentum trading at its best. VRAX for the win. And some of us are still in it with a 290 as our out. I encouraged everybody to dump it at 3 and still hanging in there. How you doing this morning?
Just watching you, man.
All right. Let me get the other thing doing. I want to show people. Now, again, I don't show my face too often because I am so damn good looking that it might be a distraction, but get ready. Hold on to your hats, kids.
Nobody's as good looking as I am.
So, yeah, we're just going through the Boeing trade, stalking the Boeing this morning, my friends. Boeing staying below the VWAP, 158, 159, stalking that. And let's see if I can get this thing to work. Ooh, look at me. I'm pretty. It's me. I've been doing all this talking all this time. How are you, everybody? Yes, I like the Grateful Dead. So let me just make sure you don't get any feedback. Boom, 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 boom. So, yes, see, I don't want to distract anybody. Stunning good looks, right? I'll put myself in the corner not to freak you out. There I am. I don't want to block the market maker box. So, yeah, every morning you get to drink this in. I'm here every day. I don't leave my house. But I am leaving the house Thursday, so we're probably not going to gather. But next week, Spencer, get this. I spoke to the guys over at Trade Pulse, Dave and Jay. I'd like to promote the schmooze next week because it's a big one. We got Amazon, we got Apple. We'll have guests on talking about their order flow. So we should throw that out there, get everybody here, get a big audience. Because if it's only 4 or 5 people, then, Dave and Jay might be disappointed. You remember Dave and Jay from
Yeah, I remember.
So, yeah, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. But right now, again, I'm just explaining the illiquidity of the pre-market, all right? So sometimes the illiquidity can help you because if a stock breaks the VWAP and it's illiquid, you'll have a bigger move. But at the same time, if it goes wrong, they open up the spread, and then you're just basically losing money, and the stock's really not even moving. That's why I like regular session trading. But you see how it's flirting with the VWAP, kind of just range bound. I'd rather see it not break it now, come back in, confound and, ruin people's mornings No offense if you just bought it. I'm waiting. I'd rather see it not break here, pull back. And if it travels between 158 and 159, and then it breaks to 159, then you're a buyer. And also, we don't talk much about options when we trade in the morning. Very difficult to trade options between 9:30 and 9:45. The spreads are big. They keep the premiums high. And again, if you are trading options, please don't ever send market orders when you're trading options, ever, no matter what. So let's go through the list. I got save on the list again. Again, it's takeover rumor, whatnot, just consolidating at the VWAP, breaks above the consolidation, you're a buyer, already a little payday there if you were watching that one. And the way I look at these, the way I look through the market, if anybody wants to know another secret, the internet, this is the only service that it provides that's good. Information, right? So I just look at the earnings whispers, or earnings.com used to be a thing, or Benzinga, or even CNBC. They usually talk about who reported. And here's a stock that everybody knows, but nobody trades. Coke. Nobody trades Coke. But today, you're going to look at Coke because it did this thing. So there's the earnings reversal, right? And if you're awake, the 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. Look how beautiful. But nobody was up at 7:06 trading Coke earnings. And it happened. But look at the retrace back to the VWAP. This is the opposite of the faux show bro. So that's the blow off top where it breaks a new high, then rolls. Super, super bearish, right? But now that all this has happened, it's setting up for a trade. So if Coke comes back to 67.45 and holds it, you'll start to see that turn. So if it starts to turn, you buy it and you use the 67.45 as your out. But more importantly, the blue line. You see where it got to here? This is probably 69. 68.89. So now that Coke is back below the VWAP, and again, look, I'm not looking at if they reported good numbers or bad. Let's take a glance. Let's see if they were good or bad. Beats quarterly estimates, shares are trading lower, blah, 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 blah. Great. That's all I need to know. Numbers are out. Now the stock's in the hands of the matrix. And what is the matrix? The blue line and the orange line. So again, and by the way, if you're in VRAX, I freaking love you, cousin Richie. He's holding on for 350. And you see how it didn't break the 290? So back to the VRAX for just 1 second. When traders, and I spoke to a guy 2 days ago, and Pete, if you're here, Pete said, well, now I got a better feel for the market. I'm thinking I'm going to do better. It's not about a feel. You're trading price. It's not about what you think or how you feel. So the guy is one of our members from 2018, just came out. He's getting married. He wants to get back into the game. And immediately in 2 minutes of the conversation, I'm like, you're already a loser. Hey, what? I'm like, it's not about how you feel or what you think you've learned about the market. It's just price. So when you isolate it to price, oh my God, the stock's plummeting. What do I do? Nothing. You've sold some into the move and you're willing to take the risk. If it breaks 290, then you do something. So the person that held on, look, it went to 294. It never broke the 290. So if you had the risk tolerance, my risk tolerance was at 3. I chose 3. If you chose the 290, you're still in the name and you're looking for 350 now, or you're selling some here where you wish you sold it before, and now this play is still in play. So let's go back to that Boeing because it's doing the thing. So now Boeing, right? Let's say you bought at 159. If you bought the 159 break because it broke the blue line, congratulations. By the way, yeah, 159. So let's say you bought the 159. I want you to go on the offer right now. You should be this person at 159 and a quarter. You want to offer your stock out while it's working, right? Especially in the pre-market because it's that illiquidity. So you should throw 100 shares. Let's say you bought 300 shares. Sell 100 shares for the $25 just to say you got something. Because chances are, if it doesn't break the high right here, the next candle could be right back down to 158 because it's very illiquid. So you sell. And by the way, look where this VRAX is, 350. Thank you very much. That's what I do. Now, again, I'm not even in the name anymore. I'm out at 3, right? But you guys are still in it because you had a little more risk tolerance. My risk tolerance is very thin nowadays. But more importantly, you just sold at $59.24 on the Boeing. Congratulations. That's $24 you just made on 100 shares. You got 200 shares left, right? Standard, I usually do 300 shares of Boeing. So now you just sold 100 on the offer. That's what we call a test of strength. Somebody just bought it from you. That's awesome. And now they're bidding it at the price you just sold it. Just like the movie Wall Street. Take it and bid it. That means there's a buyer out there. And now look at it. Now you got to the top of that other price. Boom. That should be you. Now you should offer out at 140. Oh, that might have been my cousin Richie. 159.42. Because we like selling things at 43. Maybe that was him. But you'll see there's not much volume going through. So you have to join the offer and hopefully somebody buys it from you again. There you go. Somebody jumped ahead. That would be what I would do. You want to go ahead, jump in front of those orders. And then if they take you, chances are the next one is going to be up to 159.85. Now, again, we're only at 926. Now, here's the danger part, right? At 930, when the real volume comes in, this stock could plummet 17 points. That's why I encourage you to get out and try to sell it. And that's why I was hoping to see this move not actually happen. But if it did, you sell into the move, take your money. Because at 930, when the real volume starts to pour in, you get these massive candles, just like you saw in 3M yesterday. One big down one big up, one big down, one big up. That's just them chopping you out. But then after the chop dissipates, you have the follow through, which was the whole trade yesterday. Right? Chop, 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 chop. 5 minutes of chop. Breaks the VWAP, breaks underneath the chop. You go get it, and it plummeted to the orange line. But right now, Boeing, as I say, if you're in a profit, at least you're in something that's working. And if you want to take the risk of the opening candle, that's on you. I'm just suggesting that you don't. Yeah, right over there. All right, so Boeing on the list. Let's go back and check on the Coke. So I'll keep the main ones on the list. They'll be down here also. These are my scanners. Keeping an eye on all these names. Now there's Cousin Richie. There he is. There he is. There he is on the Boeing. Sold. Cousin Richie just sold another 100 shares. Who the hell's Cousin Richie, you're asking? It's my cousin Richie. He lost his life savings trading AMC, and I'm helping him build him back up. He's still a degenerate shorter because he thinks the market's going to crash every minute, just like I do. But I've taught him that it never goes down, and we have to just sit here in a bull market that's perpetually happening. It will go down one day, my friends. I've seen it go down. But now, more importantly, you're selling some Boeing here. You sold some at the quarter. You sell some at the half. You got a minute and a half left. And now you're on the verge of it going green. So now it's a little bit easier to say, all right, maybe I'll hold on to that 100 shares into the open, knowing that there's no way you're letting it go back below this little shelf right there at 158.50. But you got paid because you put your orders out there, right? Quarter, half, you got paid. Right? Now they drop the bid on you. Ooh, what do I do now? Why are they dropping the bid? Because it's a minute to the open. Someone's going to get screwed. Ain't going to be us. I'll be right back. See, I don't even have to be here for the open because it doesn't matter. You wait 5 minutes. Give it 5 minutes of jiggling. Trades just start magically appearing. So keep an eye on the VRAX, the Boeing, the Coke. Don't forget about a few of my go-to names, Humana, ASTS, and we'll go through this. I'll be right back.
All right, everyone tuning in on either on YouTube or on our site. Welcome to the final day of Kenny's open room. So hope you guys have enjoyed this. And he's back.
So I know the bell's going to ring and everybody's going to go freaking out, right? There you go. There you go. Cousin Richie's out at 160. There you go. Very nice. Your first winning VWAP trade, Boeing, right? Now, if you're still in it, it's the same trade. You're selling here at 160. You got to the orange line. Now, you should be amazed. This is where you say, holy shit, I can't believe it happened. Right before my very eyes. Blue line to orange line. Why did it do that? Because the market's rigged, people. And you see how it got sold off when it hit the orange line and now it's plummeting? You see? The market's rigged. I have the rigging. You don't. Holy shit, you can't believe that just happened. Sure you do. I just warned you it could. Because when things hit the orange line, the sellers are waiting up there for you to kill you. Look at this candle. But Kenny, it was rocking and rolling. We were doing so well. And you sell when you're doing well. Everything rhymes. And now what happened? Woo! VRAX, you're still in it because it's above 290 and you got the 350. You just crushed it on the Boeing. And maybe when you become as savvy as this right here, maybe you sit there and you wait for the trap to be set and you short it at the orange line and you make 3 points right in their fudge. Inevitably, you'll be that good. When you see how this starts to work out every day and you start to get the feel between the 1 minute and the multi-day, and you understand that the market is rigged. It's not a conspiracy. It is rigged. Just like McDonald's yesterday, when they plummeted, who do you think was out there buying it? This guy. 187.50. I got to go take a look at the McDonald's because that was a pretty exciting trade yesterday. But let's go back. You guys escaped the Boeing, right? The two massive candles down. You just engulfed the entire morning. Right? So now, if you're waiting 15 minutes to trade, even better, right? We might get a chance to buy this stock, or maybe you're short. But how about that sell up there at that orange line? So now we go back and check some multiple time frame VWAPs. So that one's not helping us. That's up there. That one doesn't help. Usually I go check 4 days worth of VWAP to see if there's any support levels. You just broke a 5-day VWAP, which is super bearish, right? So now we go check 2 weeks worth of VWAP. There it is. So now we have to assume, and again, there's a little assumption here. We have to assume it's going to go flirting with that line because that's what stocks do. When they break multiple time frame VWAPs, they search for the next big multiple time frame VWAP. And I have it pre-programmed. You get the program when you join my website. And you have the rigging, and you'll never be fooled again. Fool me once, the shame on me. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. Smoke him out. Remember that one? See, I missed that guy. That guy was awesome. All right, so more importantly, let's stalk this Boeing for an idea here. Assuming it might drop 2 more points, but knowing that we'll just stay focused on what's happening right in front of us. So let's go back. 151. Let me just get rid of all these lines because they're kind of insignificant now because they did the thing that we were looking for it to do. If you're still in the VRAX, fucking A, let's go. You should still be in this thing because it didn't break 290, but you should still say sell some at 350. And here comes the rebound. Hang on a second. Now we want to see it form a range, 147.57. Top of this candle is 156.72. Bang, bang. All right, so now what you want to see it do is kind of what it did earlier. Form a range, and then when it breaks the range, you get involved. And you have limited risk because you know where the range lows are. Okay, it might happen before I get a chance to even talk about it. So I'm hoping it doesn't break here, because it's better. It's a better trade when it double tops breaks later. But if it breaks here and breaks the VWAP, next thing you know, this thing could be ripping. And again, I'm hoping it just takes a moment here and builds the momentum, because when it builds the momentum, the trade's better. It's not going to cooperate, but all right. Now, Dave and Cousin Richie are trading. I don't know if you guys bought it, but if you did, I'm proud of you. See, if it would have double topped there and then consolidated under here, then broke the VWAP, it would have been a bigger move. Right now, I'm just laying off. I'm letting it set up. But some traders, again, I'm just speaking from what I know people are doing. They might have bought 156.75 and sold it for a small profit already, and now they're just using these candles as their outs. Again, if feel comfortable trading a $156 stock with a 2-point risk, you probably shouldn't be trading Boeing in the first place. All right, let's go take a look at Coke. Boeing is, again, it's a mild buy now. Obviously, you got the seller out of the way. Here come the rebound. Now you're flirting with VWAP. We call it the shuffle and the jiggle, but it's showing you what it wants. It's showing you that it wants to go higher because it broke that double top. Now it's above the VWAP. And now you're thinking it's going to go right back to the orange line because that's what stocks do. And this time I'm not involved. But if you are, please sell some here and say, wow, it broke the blue line. You still sell some. Even though you're expecting it to go to 159.32, you sell on the way there because remember what happened last time when it hit the orange line? It dropped 5 points. And they could do that to you again. It's called the rug pull. All right, now go back and check on our other friends. Check on the Coke. Son of a bitch, right? You were waiting for it, right? See? Under the VWAP the whole morning, first break, you got paid. Plus, it was through a half. See? This is where I need you guys to be savvy enough to not have to wait for me to tell you to do the trade. I'm giving you the holy grail of trading. It's this blue line and the orange line. Now, quite often, if Coke now holds the blue line from on top, that's the test of strength. So the player that bought it at 67.50 has already sold some at 68 because that's what we do. And by the way, Boeing, McDonald's is over the blue line. I got other screens going over here. Blue line, orange line on McDonald's. Again, one person's E. coli burger is another banquet festival for somebody else. Don't worry about McDonald's. They'll get through this. Just like, remember the E. coli and Chipotle was the best buying opportunity of your lifetime. This will be a buy opportunity also, as it already is on McDonald's. But let's stay focused. You got the Bubba Boeing and you got the Coke, right? Maybe you got some VRACs. Can't go running around without, from stock to stock to stock to stock. You got to stay focused, right? And that's why I like earnings season. I stick with the win names that are in play. And if you're in the Coke, again, like I said, it's not about me. Please buy this right here. I set it up for you by telling you, hey, look, it's under the VWAP. Look how it hit 66.50, algorithmic printing at the half number, holds it, gets above the 67. Players are already buying at 67 using the half as they're out. And I was trying to say this to you earlier. It's not about if the trade works. You want them to work, but you want to understand risk parameters because you can go 0 for 9 to start your day. What? 0 for 9, yeah. But if you limit your risk on the 9 losses and the 10th trade is a doozy, you go 1 for 10 and you make a day's pay. That's why the fallacy of the track record and all that other stuff you read about on the internet and win-loss ratios is kind of bullshit. When you're a trader, it's not about that. It's about limiting your risk, limiting your losses, and understanding the risk parameters. And when you're trading VWAP, it's right there. When you're trading blue line, orange line, and price, everything is right in front of you. Like nobody who's long Coke is going to let it go back below 67.50 now. Nobody. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. So you know that. So that's where your stop is. So now they're waiting to see it get back over 68, hopefully breaks the 68.46, and then goes to 69.14. And you got to sit and wait. So like my friend Pete, I was trying to explain to him, it's not what you think or how you feel. Because he said, I got a better feel for the market now. It's not about feel. I ain't feeling shit right now. I know what I'm going to do if I'm in Coke. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell it at 67.64 because that's the VWAP and the half number. And I'm not going to do anything unless it breaks back above 68.50. I'm going to sell some at 68.50 again because I sell at half numbers. And then I'm expecting it to go to 69.15. And that's it. So let's go back to the Boeing. Same exact chart. You're still long the Boeing. You're waiting to see it go to 159.28. You know you're not going to stay in the stock if it breaks back under the 157.50. and you're sitting here and you're waiting. By the way, trading is supposed to be boring because you're just sitting around waiting for things to happen. You put your trade on and you sit and wait. I make it a little bit more exciting because, you know, it makes it more fun. But really, it's kind of boring. So what's going on the screen now? These are scanning stocks that we love, earnings reports from the last couple of days. I like going back and checking on stocks that I have had successful with in the last couple of days or weeks. Humana, awesome. Obviously, McDonald's from last night. I should have checked it. Let me show you what McDonald's has already done. So here's your Mickey D's chopping around back above the VWAP. Now you're flirting with now you're chopping at orange. Another, you know, pretty decent trade. 292 got you 295. That's a 3-pointer right there. Just going from blue to orange. And again, you see how it broke the low of the day first, the faux show bro. That's how the algorithms get you out. And now when I do settle down and me and cousin Richie and Dave make some money, and hopefully you guys make some money, I will show you how you could VWAP any trade. As long as there's volume, like you like Trump, right? I love this stock. I freaking love this stock because the shorters are dumb. They keep thinking this thing's going to go to zero. It refuses to go down. So look what it did. There's the faux show bro. So people put their stops at the low prints. The algorithms and Ken Griffin and Citadel see your orders. Heh, look at this idiot over here. He's willing to sell it to us at 34.80. Let's go get his 500 shares or all those people's stops. They stop you out or wick you out, and then it breaks back above the VWAP. So when you see the suckers getting out on the fake out, shake out, and then it breaks over the VWAP, buy it. And now let's go back to that whole comment that I said. It's not about whether it works. So if you're buying the Trump at 35.50, your risk is 34.87. As long as you identify risk on every trade and you're willing to take the loss, that's how you survive the game for 30 years. I know what I'm doing. Right? So Trump, everybody knows we've been trading this stock for the last forever. There's not been a day where we haven't traded this stock. And some of us are just sitting here watching it every day, and that's what they do. And there goes another one of my stocks, A-Lab. You know about this one? It's being accumulated. How do I know? Trust me, I know it. So when I know a stock's being accumulated, I wait for them to faux show bro it. Because the faux show bro validates the idea that the algorithms and the institutions are accumulating a stock. Fake out, shake out, back above the blue line, breakout, faux show bro. You see how it's the same chart every time? Because this chart pattern works better than ever seen anything. So you pick 5 stocks. I like looking at the earnings reports because that's where the action is. But I have a go-to list of stocks that I know that are being accumulated, like Humana. You know, go back and check this. Good. You like to see it going down because that's the setup. Let it go down. Let them bleed it to death. Inevitably, it's going to faux show bro. So you just keep an eye on it. Humana, ASTS. Double bottom, VWAP break. There's another one of my names, Lunar, being accumulated for the last couple of months. Some other my names are Clove. PayPal, we know it's being accumulated, still in the stock. So this is a different story. You had the 1-minute multi-day VWAP explosion already. The profit takers are coming in because this stock's kind of trapped between 79 and 83 right now, but that's all right. Being accumulated. I really think this thing's about to go to 120. One of the only stocks I own right now. I don't own stocks. I don't like owning stocks. I'd rather play the game. But full disclosure, I own PayPal, Clove, and Rambus. And that portfolio consists of 1/100 of 1/10 of my wealth. I don't really take stock ownership too seriously. It's kind of just for fun. The QQQ is where the Glick's money's at. And that's my story. Uh-oh. Let's go see what Coke's doing. You might have to do something. All right, it's flirting with it. It held it. That's bullish. See how they brought it back there just to kind of shake people out. So now you know if the next move breaks the VWAP and breaks the low, but more importantly, you see the top of this candle right there? That's the 67.56. So I would let it breathe because, you know, again, it's $67 stock, 20, 30 cents. It's kind of like you got to give it some wiggle room. But if you're in it, so far so good. Let's go check the Boeing. Right? You're still in the Boeing, waiting for the orange line, and whoa! You just got it. So if you didn't make You see how it's not me? I just know how to read the tea leaves the best. Nobody reads the tea leaves better than me. The word day trading didn't exist before me. I'm that old. And now you go back and check the cues. Now, if you're long the now you're expecting the stock to retrace back to the highs where it came from, 160.55. So you put an order out now. Put the order out now at 160 and at 160.55. And if it breaks 160.55, oh, $162.50, really. But now you're sitting pretty and you could sit and wait. I'm like, wow. Now I get it. Faux show, bro. Back above the blue line. Sell some at the orange line. You put your stop now. Should be in the VRAX now. It finally broke 290. Let's get it off the screen. We'll revisit it later. But the Boeing's in play. You might have got stopped out of the Coke, but the Boeing's in play, my friends, right? You just saw how people get victimized. So this is why I love doing it live, because you saw the victims, the blue line to the orange line, rug pull. They get the seller out of the way. They crush the people that don't know what they're doing. We come in 5 minutes later after everybody got crushed. The coast is clear. We could buy it on the VWAP break, 157.25. We're selling here at 159.25 for a 2-point trade. Now your offer out at 60. Now you got 160 printed. 160. You're selling right here. Now you're looking for 160.5. Your order should be out at 160.5. Now you raise your stop to 159, unless they want to, in case they do the rug pull again. Nah, keep it at 158.80. It's all right. But now you're, hello. You better be in this trade. All right, so now I'm going to walk away, and usually good things happen when this is called the ash trigger. Watch. I'll get up. Hopefully that when I get back, it's at 162.50. I drink a lot of coffee. Hey, Spencer, you still out there? Spencer, you're out there? Let's do everybody a favor. Let's leave the room open the whole day. Let them drink me in the whole day as Boeing just paid everybody to be here. Don't shut them out. Let them hang out. Everybody gets a free day, all day. I want them to meet Solid. I want them to meet my cousin Richie. And if you're not impressed right now with this Boeing trade, you can leave. Now you could leave. I just showed you exactly how trading happens right before your very eyes. Look at my face. What did I say was going to happen? Where is it now? Where is it now? Where is it now? That's the faux show bro at its best. The market's trying to fuck you by getting you out of the stock that's about to explode. I know it because nobody knows more about trading than I do. And I'm being serious. Blue line to orange line, rug pull. That's why I tell you, you might want to be out of this thing before the open. These are the suckers. You buy it from the suckers. And now you sell it back to the suckers because we got to the 160, 150. And now you just paid for not just a month, not just 2 months. If you bought a couple of thousand shares, maybe you're rocking like that. You just made 5,000 or 6,000 on this trade. No? Just me? Am I all alone? Did I not say what was going to happen and then it happened? Magic. And we had the VRAX money to play with, right? Thank you. This is where I need to get some attaboys. I need a couple of attaboys, right? Right? I need a couple of attaboys here. How'd you do that? Wow, I'm impressed. I thought you might have been just some crazy maniac on YouTube. Man, this is where I need a couple. I wish I would have met you last year. Right? This is where I need a couple of thank yous. I just made a day's pay. I like when people write that into the room. Right? This is where I say, oh my God, I just made enough money that I could leave now and go play pickleball with my dad. I'm not seeing enough attaboys. I need at least 50 attaboys right now. Spencer, let him stay here all day. Today's the last day, right? Let him stay. It's 10 o'clock. You're not going to kick anybody out now. Because if you sit here long enough with me, I will find you 3 more trades. Because it keeps happening. The trade's set up. That's why nobody's anxious to trade. Oh, will there be another trade? Yes. Yes. Either you have to wait till 15 minutes here, or you might have to wait till tomorrow, or maybe later when the market's crashing. But you said the market never goes down. Well, one of these days is going to go down, right? All right. Let's stay focused, right? You're still in the Boeing. Now you got to where you want to be. Now you're down to what we affectionately call the FU lot. Yeah, that's what it means. I don't care. You don't care what happens now. So now you got 100 shares left with Cousin Richie, and you're thinking 165. Dream big. Dream big. Right? Right? Now you're holding on for glory, or you're going to be in a glory hole. What? 159.33. Now you put the trade in. Stop. If you have to enter it in literally. 159. Stop. And now you're going to offer out 165. And now you're done. Right? So now you're hanging in there with this stock. Do you really think it's going to 165? I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not selling any more of it unless it breaks this orange line. You see, Pete? It's not about what you think. There's no thinking in here. You don't think. I'm not speculating. I'm buying because the market's telling me, here, buy it. You hang with me, I show you how simple this could be. The only way you blow up is when the stock goes against you and you say, oh, well, I should have sold it up there and I guess I'm going to hold on to it. No, there's no I guess you're going to hold on to it. And there's certainly no I hope it gets better. Right? There's no hope in trading. That's how you lose. See, that's how big people become swing traders. They buy a stock as a day trade. It goes against them, and they say, well, I guess I'm hanging on to this one. And then suddenly you're a swing trader, and you're in a trade you don't even want to be in. That's why when I talked about VRAX, right, inevitably this thing's going to zero. But let's go back to McDonald's because, oh, my freaking God, you love the E. coli. Oh, I wanted to buy this on the dip. I got the dip and I didn't. Yeah. See, you can't trade them all. You can't kiss all the girls as much as you want to. Right, Cousin Richie?
Oh, my bad, Kenny. I thought I was talking to you, but I was backstage. Real fast, you mentioned the Saturday session yesterday, right? When do you want to do that? You want to do that next week?
No, it's party time next week. Woo! I was thinking mid-November, actually. So
Okay.
I want to make sure. Yeah, I'm going away. I'll be away this week. You got no, but I want the first things first is let's get everybody invited to the Halloween schmooze event on October 31st. If you help me, we'll do it here. If not, we could do it in the dungeon. But if we do it here, I want to get Jay involved. Dave's going to be here. We'll play some music. We'll have a gay old time. What, Wilma? We'll have a great old time. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, I love doing this so much that out of COVID, me and my partner, Solid Jello, we call him Solid Club Jello. Thursday nights, we got together. We had a couple of cocktails. I had a DJ here. We played some music. And we'd go over some earnings reports and prepare for the Friday extravaganza because it was kind of fresh and new when they started creating weekly options. And we kept it going. And now we have some guests on. I have some guests that I want to introduce you to. They have a scanner that shows you institutional inflow, which is exactly what we do. So we're going to have them come on. And by the way, if you bought McDonald's, yes. If we have a chance, we'll have even more guests. But usually I stick with one guest. They come on, they do the show. We play some Grateful Dead. We have a good old time. And then we're going to talk about Apple and Amazon. And we prepare for the Friday, because only Fridays I trade only options, because you got the weekly options and you can trade these $100, $200 stocks for pennies on the dollar. And when you get those right, instead of having to lay out, if you're buying 400 shares of Boeing, you got to put up some cash. On a Friday, you're buying a 160 call for 30 cents and they go to $2. It's a lot more fun when you put up $300 and you make $2,000. I like trading stocks because I have enough money that I could do it. Not everybody can, but that's what the schmooze is all about. I'll show you some option trades. You get familiar with my friends, and I do usually have some cool guests. So yeah, and then we'll see probably November 17th. I think the date was. So I'm so into this, and I love you guys so much that on Saturdays when I got nothing to do, and again, that's basically if my wife gives me permission to do it, November 16th, Saturday at 12 o'clock for a couple hours, we just crunch the charts that we did. I explain with the market being closed, it's a little bit less in your face. So you get the idea of why you're buying stocks, where you're placing your stops, how to identify the risk. And basically we go over it and over it and over it again. And the longer you spend time with me, the better you become. And like I said, I do it live every day. I'm here every day. And the better you get familiar with this setup, you'll see that it's pretty much the only trade you even have to take. And you'll start doing less swing trading and maybe less investing. Because if you want to invest, it's the cues and everything else. Again, this is a casino to me, and we've got the rigging. This is like walking into a casino and the guy says, hey, 14 red's going to hit in the next half an hour. What do you think should do? So, and again, it's not always going to work. And I keep mentioning that. It's not about winning trades. It's about managing the losers. It's nice when they work, like your VRAX and your maybe the McDonald's if you weren't watching that, or the Boeing. It's also making sure you understand all the perils of trading. I've done so many things wrong in my life. That's why I believe I am the best instructor there is on the earth, because every mistake you've made. The reason I know about swing trading so intimately, because I'm a loser. That's how I lost so much money. Day trades that didn't work out, I'd hold on to them and turn them into just awful swing trades or investments, and just don't do that anymore. Now, everything's right there on the screen. I obey the VWAP and price. If I have to take a loss, it's very, very small. And that's why I could take 8, 9, 10 losses in a row. One winning trade makes up for all of that. That's how you survive. So, Spence, what I was saying is I think we should just let the room run. Let it run.
All right, I'll let it run. Here's what we'll do. obviously, if you're a member of Kenny's Room, you will get notified for the schmooze, and he'll talk about it. If you're not in Kenny's Room, you should join Kenny's Room. Or if you go to hitthebit.com, get on Kenny's free list. There's a sign up right there on the homepage to get Kenny's free daily watch list. We will email that group of people about how to get into the schmooze and the Saturday session in November as well.
Nice, because if Audrey misses it one more week, she's going to kill me. Right, Audrey?
Well, please don't kill Kenny. But so that's what we'll do. All right? So,
all right, cool.
Again, if you're in Kenny's Room, obviously don't worry about it. We'll email you. But if you're not in Kenny's Room, get on the list, hitthebit.com, and we will send you an email about how you can watch.
Cool, yeah. Communication. That's what keeps the marriage well and keeps trading good. Right? Look at that. Marriage tips, too, while you're sitting here. And by the way, how about that 160-150 trade on the Boeing, right? Chances are you're getting out right now of the rest, and, that was it. Oh, wait, maybe you don't get out. Look, it's flirting with that price right now. And if you're not amazed already, look where the retrace cap came to, prior day VWAP. So now if it holds prior day VWAP, you can still stick around. But if it breaks here, you're rolling back over, and chances are you're going to give it Jerry Orbach. Somebody put a picture of Jerry Orbach up. We call that the Jerry Orbach. The stock's giving it all back. We've seen it a million times. That's why I love trading, because we could be on both sides of the stock. And again, I'm not looking to short Boeing today because I like buying stocks that are gapped down on earnings, just like you saw. Usually I just, again, I'm not as active as I used to be. If I see this thing hit 160, 150 and roll again, sometimes I would short it. I'm not saying you can't do it, but right now you're still more or less, you're still in the original long trade until it breaks right here. And if you got the playlist from today, you had save on the list, right? There it goes, hitting new highs again. This VRAX is still in play. And even Coke, right? So you got stopped out, and then it does this, right? Hang on. Not your classic faux show, bro. But you see little W. Yeah, it's not pronounced, but, it's not crazy that somebody said, hey, look, it went under the VWAP. It never really broke down. And now it's breaking back above that half. Maybe give it another shot. Going back to my comment that I keep saying, it's not about whether you win or lose. It is, but it's about limiting your losses. Limit your loss, limit your loss, limit your loss. Inevitably, you'll come out ahead. You will find winners. I'm pretty good at finding winners, but you have to limit your loss on the ones that lose. All right, so go back to the Qs, right? Hey, Kenny, I thought the market never goes down. Well, it's going down today. Look, all this chop, what are you seeing? A little bit lower high, lower high. It's trying to break VWAP. What I like to see, now, if they wash everybody out, I start looking at, let's go look at some multiple time frames. The market's been trapped in the 10-day range. So let's go 10 days. Now you're below the 10-day. That's bearish. Right? So now we're going to go look at 20 days. Now you have to say to yourself, maybe this is the day we're going down. Finally, right? S&P yesterday, first time since September 5th. We had 2 back-to-back down days. That's how bullish this market's been. We haven't had 2 days in a row where the market's gone down since September 5th. It's insane. So we're due. So now you go back and check prior lows. There's your low from yesterday. Here's the lows from Monday. And this is a 20-day VWAP. And I'm going to show you what we did on a month. This is the month. We're still above the monthly. We're still trending higher, right? So if we do break down under the 10 and the 15, your chances are you're going to go be flirting with that monthly. And maybe we do give it back to the 87.50. But then you go back to the 1 minute. And if and when, so I'll say when the market goes up today, because it usually does. you want to start buying now, not just at the VWAP, but if it breaks, now you got a little double top, almost a triple top. Above the VWAP, breaking triple top, that's the 494. That would be my trigger to make sure you're definitely not short anymore and then possibly go long. And let's see what Cousin Richie's doing. Is anybody in the sports marketing industry? That's my son. Oh, he needs to do an interview for a class. Sports marketing? Anybody in sports marketing here? My son needs an interviewer. E. Oh, wait. Go back to the Coke. See that? They shook him out. Longs got paid. Shake him out. Longs are getting paid again. So now, let's say you just didn't want to trade the beginning of the day. You didn't want to trade pre-market or the open or the first 15 minutes. Just trades start to emerge. And as long as you're trading VWAP breaks and understand that there's your risk, look how nice. So now the first trade that didn't get to the orange line, maybe this is the one. Or, again, the way we trade, if you bought 67, 68, you're a seller here. You're selling. Let's say you bought the 500 shares. You're selling 300 shares here. Look at the market accelerating to the downside, my friends. Maybe today's the day. You just got to my danger zone in the next 2 candles. Wow. Danger, danger. We might actually go down today. Oh, sorry. We might actually stay down today. I always laugh when I say that because every time I think the market's going to go down some more, it goes back up. But right now, you're just trading what you see. Coke's been a decent rebuy. You're out of the Boeing, right? Boeing, you got stopped out. You could walk away from the casino table right now. I know. Now that you can see my face, you just want to stare at me. I know. Look at me. Pretty. And by the way, I'm rooting for the market to get slammed. I love it when it goes down because then it goes back up. So now that you got down to those levels, let's go back. Let me show you them again. So here's your 10-day. You're under that. You just broke yesterday. You're at yesterday's lows, which is bearish. Here's that's the 21st. That's, yeah, so that's 2 days ago is right here. You see how this tight band that we're in? There's the low from, I believe, what was that? Last week, the 9th. And if you look at that, the 487, and you go back to that monthly, again, this is just a mild little sell-off. Nothing to be alarmed about. And I'll show you when to get alarmed. If UVXY is above 2750, which it's not, then you get alarmed. Because UVXY is a day trader's best friend. Okay? This is the Nancy Pelosi I'm getting out of stocks on your dime indicator. You know who manipulates the market most, right? They do. Right? Nancy Pelosi. But when she starts dumping S&Ps and she's buying puts and getting out of the market, UVXY starts to go up. And if UVXY is ripping higher, and again, it's not ripping higher, it's up 70 cents. That's not a big day. If this thing starts breaking through 27, then you start to say, maybe today's the day we actually don't rally. And then you just keep an eye on UVXY. If it starts to plummet and then the market turns, you laugh and you say, I guess we're not going down. But more importantly, you're still in the Coke and none of this matters to you, right? Because you're staying focused on these names and you had a reason to get involved, right? You're selling up here. You're hoping for 68.50. And hopefully you get to 69. And then it could be a 1-minute multi-day VWAP reversal. All right, now it's time for questions, right? It's 10:09. We've been ripping and roaring. We had good times. Anybody have any questions?
People have a few in the on the free side. Are there ever days where you don't find any trades?
No. Never. There's always something happen. Even when there's no earnings, there's always a VRAX And again, here, I'll show it to you briefly. Whoop, 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 whoop. That scanner right there, my secret other scanner, nobody gets that, but I get it. And I give you the information. I could find winners off that every day, as long as you understand where the unusual volume is and, you know, all that stuff. And now I lost my charts. There they go. Oh yeah, I find there's a trade every day. I mean, I haven't even mentioned McDonald's. We should have been focused on McDonald's because it's, you know, with the E. coli and all that, really nice trade. Save. Let's go back to save. All right, takeover rumors are always a little bit, you got to be a little bit nervous, but this is what we call the jiggle. You already got the foe in the show, right? They faked you out. They broke everybody's heart right there. Consolidation, break, right? So now if you're still in it, which I hope some of you are, you're just putting your stop at 295 and 289. And let's see if we could find the target where it could go. Now, this one, I think you got to go look at a yearly chart because it's coming out of the dungeon, the Andy Dufresne. So you look at recent highs. Look at that. 315 is a magic number. Double bottom here, double top there. Awesome. So if you break through a double top and back above where it broke, where it held before, this thing could go right. Ooh, hey now. You're looking at 396. I mean, you got some lot of noise in there, but where it broke down from, where it flirted with, that's where stocks like to gravitate back to. So if it breaks 315, you might be looking at 396 on this name. So I try to hang in there with it. Let's see. So yeah, if it gets through the 315, you might be looking at another almost 60, 70 cents this thing could go. But I would still keep my stops at 295 and, you know, roughly 289. Yeah, two tight little stops. And you see how the market got scary there for a second, and then what happened? Where'd all the sellers go? Where'd all the sellers go, Kenny? Market got to where it wanted to be. The same lows from where it held before. All the market's doing is chopping around, trying to get people out. Did you see the article that was written about the interest rates and blah, blah, blah? The market might be stalling because people are upset about the interest rates not being cut. We don't care about interest rates, right? Remember when they fed us this load of bullshit that, oh, if they raise interest rates, tech stocks are going to have some trouble. What happened? Tech stocks are going to have trouble if they start raising interest rates? That was 3 years ago. Remember that conversation? Remember the recession that was going to come and kill us all? What happened? Remember they were telling you to short Carvana at $8, and I'm telling you to buy it at $12.50 with a 190 target. Where is it? 197.50. You wish you would have met me 3 years ago. I wish I would have met me 5 years ago. I wish I would have met me before I blew my account up in 2012, fighting the market like a short maniac, getting crushed. Those days are over. Now I know the market's rigged. I just follow the rigging.
Kenny, got a few more questions here.
Talk to me.
Explain the red lines.
Red lines are prior pivot points that, and again, this is why you need to be at the class. That's what I teach you also. So I just go back to specific prices from days ago because the market's rigged. So once you get through the 1 minute and the multi-day, when there's no VWAP to look at, you got to look at specific prices. And I'll go back and I want to show you this Goldman Sachs trade from 5 or 6 days ago. It went right back to the same exact price from like 6 days ago. And that's where it found love. Not moving averages, not VWAP, but exact price. Because when you don't have anything to go by, you go by price. So I'm just looking at those. These are recent lows from a couple of days ago. And look, they've come back into play again. And again, the mild joke that we have here is the market never goes down. And when it does, it goes right back up. And when it flirts with those lows and holds them, that's when suddenly you have buyers show up, right? Just when it looked, and I was just saying this, just when it looks like it was going to get worse, it's suddenly getting a lot better. It's very difficult to stay short a market that doesn't want to go down. Trust me, I'm a bear. I'm never going to need a bull. I love being bearish because it keeps me nimble. It keeps me on my toes. I don't have any belief And I have no affinity towards any name because of what they do. I don't care what these companies do. I just trade the price action. And for the last 10 years now, that is where it's at. And you're not going to convince me about anything else. So I keep it very simple. I got a few few scanners to look for high volume names. More volume, more better. And that's why there's always a trade. In the morning, it's usually some weird biotech stock like VRAX, or now it's TVGN. How do I know? Watch. TVGN. Oh, ready? We could trade this if you want. My scanner just said it's worth watching. Oh, damn. We should have been watching this one about an hour ago. Where were you? All right. We already missed a huge move. But now it's on our scanner. We keep an eye on it because if it comes back to the blue, holds the orange, and then there's support right there. You see what I'm doing? I'm reminding myself of key levels. I do it really quickly, but I'll show it to you again. Clear it. Look at all these prices that it hit right there. 232, 232, 232, 233, 232. You think that's important? Yeah. Draw a line. So now the top of that range where it broke out from is 254. And that's the range it broke out from. 251 is the VWAP. So now I wait to see what happens at 254, 251, 252. So now if it comes back below the 1 and the multi-day, chances are it's going to go lower. Right? I don't know what this stock is. Don't care. But it's in place, certainly. It's got 67 million shares on it. Right? Definitely in play. So now you just wait. Okay? So the momentum traders, the first rule I learned about trading is momentum. The momentum traders just buy it when it breaks new highs. They buy it at 297. Hopefully it goes to 350. For us who use VWAP, we can wait. Maybe we get even a better price. Because if it comes back to hold the 251, we know that's VWAP. So you could buy it off the 251 with a 7-cent risk. Because if it breaks the orange, chances are it's going to roll over and go to zero. And that's the dangerous part about these names, these biotech stocks. There's usually some bullshit news that makes them rip. They got 3 million shares in the float. Blah, 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 trading high. Artificial intelligence. Oh, let's go. It's AI biotech. Come on. All the rage. And you know, these companies just they release news with keywords in the news release to make the algorithms that scan for news and keywords to get you involved. The market's rigged. And the scanners that scan for keywords are looking for AI. They're looking for words like AI, Microsoft. And next thing you know, you got a name to watch. That's it. And I wish I would have looked at my scanner about 20 minutes ago, because I would have told you to buy this thing at 250 and you would have already had a nice day's pay. But now those players are still in. So the 250 buyers, they're still in. Their stop's the 250 and the low range. I'm going to go nuke my coffee. I'll be right back. Right now, I'm flat. I'm out of the VRAX, out of the Boeing. It's good enough for me. I just need a couple to keep the juices flowing. And then I'll just crack myself out with 17 cups of coffee. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm very regimented. I have my water now. And then around 11:30, I break my fast. Anybody intermittent fasting? I don't eat till about 11:30. I have the same food. Everything I do, I'm like a robot now. Oatmeal, cinnamon, blueberries, banana, and then an apple. And then I have 2 rice cakes with some peanut butter on it for lunch. And then I hit a healthy breakfast. I mean, a healthy dinner. What do we have for dinner tonight? Salad. By the way, the guy that trades after I come on, he's an added bonus. We don't know if he's going to show up or not. But I've shown my buddy Joe Steele, VWAP, back in 07, and he's run with it. And he's coded some stuff himself. He's got, different types of algos that he likes to look at, time frames, different parameters. He comes on later on in the day. He shows his wares. Sort of part of Hit the Bid, but again, we're separate but equal. He does his own thing, but I let him come in here because he's one of the greatest human beings I've ever met in my life. And he's taken this, and he's the purest example of learning what I've shown you and running with it. And it's all VWAP all the time and all price. And he comes on, he does his thing, and then he also has some, not scanners, VWAP setups that he sells on the internet, and just awesome, just an awesome guy. He does private sessions and whatnot. But usually I'm here from basically 8:30 to 12 o'clock. And then, I eat something and I kind of fade off for a couple hours before I go play pickleball. Whoa! When I spill my water, huh, man, that was high. So right now, we're just chopping around, huh? Anybody have any stocks you want to look at? McDonald's is still rocking. I'm sorry I didn't tell you to buy it. If you did buy it, you're looking at $2.99 now. Yeah, you love the E. coli burgers. You see how they try to spread that news and scare everybody out of McDonald's? It's McDonald's. Stocks to buy on dips and no matter what. I don't care if the burgers were nuclear. You knew that stock was going to find some buyers. Baba Booey. You guys play pickleball? What a racket, really. I mean, they're selling rackets to paddles. Call it a racket in front of a pickleball guy. He's like, oh, that's a paddle. Okay, it's a racket. But now they're selling rackets, carbon fiber, different grips. Oh my God. I bought a racket for $80. It's fantastic.
Ken, you getting some ticket requests?
Oh, we can't talk about pickleball yet? All right, cool.
The pickleball portion of our show will be later.
All right.
Let's see. Well, yesterday you looked at, or maybe the day before, you looked at DJT a lot. You want to bring that up?
Yeah, I mean, it's now above the monthly, which is super bullish. I've been looking for a reason to short the stock. If you're, let's see, on the daily, I mean, this is just now. It just shook people out. I wouldn't sell it unless it broke the lows of the day. And if it breaks the lows of the day, I'm actually looking to short it because I'm thinking this thing's got to give something back. It was $12 just 3 weeks ago. We took it out of the Andy Dufresne. I'm embarrassed to say I had it I just actually did swing trade it, got 15 out of it, and I was like, all right, that's pretty good. I thought maybe get to 20. I underestimated the power of the name, but that's all about short squeezes. The shorts are always a little bit overzealous. I know because I'm one of them, but it's nothing not to like here. But if you are swinging it, you just broke a recent high. That's where I put stops. So let's get rid of these orange lines so they don't mean anything to you. If you're swinging. See this monster? This was the day that we were shorting it live and we killed it. And then it came back and broke above that reaction high. That's your new stop. So I'd still be long the stock as a swing and there's my stop. I use 33.85. So specific price. And then you go back to the day, here's today. You got the sellers that just tried to get over VWAP. You might get a roll here. So if anything, if I had to choose a side right now, I'd rather be short. And my stops would be these pivot points right here. See how quick I do that? You'll be able to do that quick. Also, if anybody is in McDonald's, again, I'm sorry I didn't mention it, but it's a 1-minute multi-day VWAP reversal in the making. Disaster stocks is where we thrive, because as everybody's selling on the news, we know VWAP's more important than the news. They faux show broke it. You broke the lows of the day and then you came right back. That's the trap. And if you go back to yesterday's aftermarket, it didn't even break yesterday's aftermarket low. So the buyers were already here and they're here to stay. So here's 2 days worth of VWAP, and you put it on a 5-minute intraday, 2 days, 5 minutes, cleans up some of that noise. See these red lines? That was what I was buying it yesterday, because it faux show broed in the aftermarket. So I was like, you know what? It's McDonald's. I didn't buy it at the low, because here you're thinking it's going to 270, but then it consolidated at the lows. These were the prices it was consolidating at. And once it broke over the consolidation, I bought it was 280, what was it? 287, 288. Bang, bang, bang right here. That was me buying it right here. Got to the VWAP. Not bad. 200 shares. You made yourself 4 points, $800 just goofing around. I should have revisited the trade this morning. As you see, they faux show broke it. And now you're back above 2 days worth of VWAP. Check this out. You're over the 1 minute. You're over the multi. So then what the code does for you, it aggregates more data for you to give you a new target. So if I was long, I would sell some at 287.89. That would be my new stop. And then you check 3 days worth. Hello, Frisco. Boom. Market's rigged. It just got to 3 days worth of VWAP. And lo and behold, there's a seller there. That's algorithmic trading right there at its best. We got the rigging, people. We got the rigging. I've been working on this for 12 years. This shit works. And that's why at these orange lines, you're a seller. And then you use the prior one. So if you're still long McDonald's, you sell there. Your stop's at 2. Now your stop's right there. It takes the thinking out of it. Thinking's overrated. Doesn't work anymore. You don't need to think about this stuff. It is happening or it's not happening. GM from yesterday. That was kind of sluggish. But right now, I'd rather be short than long. You just double topped at, got rejected at the VWAP twice. Very bearish. But you haven't even broke the lows of the day. So it's in limbo. But I'd rather be a seller than a buyer because of that. PayPal, big fan. I own it. Voila. So now let's say you heard me say, hey, I like PayPal. All right, cool. You missed the first move. Where does it come back to? It comes back to hold prior day VWAP. Holds it, holds it, holds it, holds it, holds it. I already told you it's being accumulated. That's how the algorithms accumulate it. They shake people out, get the weak hands out, all those cliches about trading, and then it reverts back to the blue, and now you probably got yourself a good trade on the PayPal. And that's why I go back to the same stocks every day. Like Humana, come on, right? Let them bring it back. We're looking for 257.50, right? Come on home. We're not even back below, we're flirting with those lows from a couple of days ago. There's a takeover rumor on this with Cigna, but still the stock has gotten hammered. We've been buying these dips ever since, waiting for it to get through that gap price. It did it in the aftermarket. You don't see it on the chart. But love me some Humana being accumulated, so you wait for it to pull back to these certain levels. Give me some more symbols.
Oh, we got more. We got plenty more.
Yeah, by the way, let me just show you the VRAX, right? Nobody's in it, right? Like I said to you this morning, I don't want to hear that anybody's in this name if it breaks back under 3, right? So if you heard me say, hey, I like this VRAX, and then 7 hours or 2 days later you come back, man, you told us to buy that VRAX. No, I told you to buy it at 260 and sell it at 350. Now that it's at 0 and you're still in it, that's on you, all right? Anyway, go ahead.
What about Dell?
Ooh, Dell. phenomenal, faux show, bro. And you can't get more bullish than what you're witnessing right here. So you see the trailing blue line, the VWAP's telling you it's trying so hard to get you out, but it's not breaking. It's bending, but not breaking. And then eventually it gravitates back to prior day VWAP. Awesome. So if you're buying, right, here's your little fake out, shake out, back above the blue line, that's your trigger. That's where you want to buy. Those bottoms are your low. Identify risk. Your reward's the orange line. So if you were buying Dell at the VWAP, 118.75, you're risking $1, and you say to yourself, oh, well, if I'm right, this thing's probably going to get to the orange line inevitably. And look how hard they tried to get you out. Algos, man, they're out to get you. So if you're long now, awesome. And now you use, again, I like to do everything in threes. Let me get rid of these red lines. The only prices that mean anything to me now are 120.65. So if I had 300 shares, I put 120.65. Little double bottom action right there, 120.20. And then the last 100, I usually let breathe. Half numbers and whole numbers, 119.50. I wouldn't sell the stock unless it broke all three of these prices. But you got paid. So you probably sold some already. And depending on your risk tolerance, the risk averse, you have your whole stop there. You want to let it breathe. Those are the levels. And by the way, TVGN, let's not sleep on this thing, right? TVGN, scanner likes it, still hasn't broken down. The players who bought this thing are still involved. And now they're saying, uh-oh, here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. If it breaks 297, now here's the sick part. It could break 297, hit 3, and plummet $1. You got to be ready for that because these whole number trades. Holy shit, the Trump stock's turning into the short that we looked at. Oh, you see, holds the VWAP, holds the VWAP, holds the VWAP. In that one moment right there where we looked at it for 2 seconds, I said, hey, I'd rather be short than long because it just got rejected. Woof. Woof. See? It's just algorithms, man. And now you're expecting it to go here. So anybody that's short is saying, all right, I could stay short. I'm glad I got short at the VWAP, limited risk. And now you put your stops at 35.70 and you're waiting for 34.12. And if it breaks 34.12, that's when the party gets started. You break 34.12, you're going to be looking at 33. And then you go look at 2 days worth of VWAP. Oh, you see what I just did? That's what we call the Zach Hurwitz moment. I was trading VWAP, and I didn't even know I was trading VWAP until my friend Zach told me, do you know you're trading VWAP? Because I was looking at just prior price and significant pivot points, and that turns out to be prior day VWAP. Amazing. So that's what your target is. Anybody that shorted it, and again, very difficult stock to be short because it does not want to go down, just like most stocks right now. But if you limit your risk and you want to short something and it drops $1, you're taking profit, and then you put a stop at break even, and you see what happens next. But TVGN, wait for it. Because this thing's consolidating, and it's a bullish consolidation. Now, again, I want to make sure you understand. It could break 297 and everybody starts getting in because it's breaking the high today. It might just go up 3 more cents and crush you. Because there's an algo waiting to dump 3 million, 5 million, 10 million shares at 3. So get ready for both of that to happen. But if it breaks 297, chances are you're going to be starting to rip possibly to 325 and 350, and it could be off to the races, and that's when you start looking at where this thing's been. Let's go yearly. Oh, man. What the hell is this stock? Don't tell me it's a reverse stock split, too. Usually it's some, oh, my God. Ugh. What the hell chart is this? Oh, my God. Well, it did spike up to 478 once. So you got to factor that in. That's one dumb looking chart.
All right, Ken, you ready for some more?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, before we go any further, if anybody's in this, you should still be in it. And if you're not in it and you want to, again, that 297 is going to trigger some activity. All right.
MicroStrategy, MSTR.
Ugh. Don't trade it. I don't even want to look at it. File it. No, seriously, it just trades with Bitcoin. I was in the stock before it was Bitcoin. They were another company. My mother-in-law used to own this stock, which is crazy. It was a company called JFAX, which spun this company off. It was like a reverse split, spin-off, weird, and she owned this stock, and I was like, I don't even know what this is. Sell it. And then it turned into this thing. I don't know. It just trades with Bitcoin, but
All right.
that's why I don't look at it. Yeah, but it's you want to be involved. I mean, it's the guy's obviously, what is his name? Sailor guy? I don't know. I don't like Riot and the other one. Anything that tracks Bitcoin, it's not my thing.
What about Rocket Lab, RKLB?
Oh, hey now. Love it. That's one of my go-to stocks. That's Rocket Space and Robots. I have this in the Rocket Space and Robot portfolio. So again, this came out of the Andy Dufresne. Love this freaking stock. It trades very actively. But if you're swinging it, you just won. See my red line? That's your winning trade. That's where we thought it could go. You're cashing out right here. But I really do think you're getting right to that. Again, that 1250 area looks like it's doable. And if you break 1250, I still like it. But a lot of what this thing was going to do happened already. But you go back to again, like it long term, because the long-term chart does look good. But as just for today, again, you might have just seen the highs for a while. And if you're in McDonald's, come on, here comes the 300. I know somebody that's in McDonald's. Again, talk to me. I do like Rocket Labs, but again, if you were swinging it, I'd be out of most of it now because it got to where I wanted to go. Cousin Richie wants to know about Summit. Okay. Summit. There's another one of our names. We had some fun with it, and now some of our swing trader friends are still trapped in this one because they didn't want to sell. Summit, it broke back under the monthly, so that's a monthly VWAP. This has been a fun stock to trade. It's kind of dying out again. But yeah, if you're still in it, I told you to sell it when it broke back down. Yeah, the volume's drying up. There's nothing good about it right now. Supposedly they got something that's helping with lung cancer. It's on my watch list, but yeah. Give me some more.
All right, here we go. Let's look at Oklo, OKLO.
Ooh, that was fun. Wow. Beautiful up and down today. But here, take a look at the long-term one. This is the yearly chart. Just a monster coming out of the Andy Dufresne. This is a yearly VWAP break. That's why we got interested. Last time I traded it, again, the red lines I leave up there to remind me where I was trading it. I bought that breakout that day. We had some fun with it. I haven't traded it since. But look at where what's done. These are, it's a bizarre name. It's hard to tell when you have these huge green candles. The bigger the candle, when it does roll over. By the way, sold McDonald's 300. Nice. Yeah, it scares me because when you have a stock that's come out of nowhere with these massive moves, it's a lot easier for them to get hammered right back down. But go back to the dailies, go back to today. I wouldn't be long today. But if you're looking for a reason to buy, if it consolidates right here, breaks over that 20.5, you look to get back to that 21. So not bad. And if you traded it this morning, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that one, actually, I have to put that one back on my main watch list because it is still pretty damn active. It has a lot of volume still, right? Yeah, 12 million shares. Yeah, I like this one. This is a new addition. I know it came out of nowhere. I traded that one day at 1250 because generally 1250 gets you 15 gets you 20. Fantastic. And again, I like when you have pops and drops because if it pops and drops and then consolidates, the shorters who are thinking this is going to, again, this is a good one because the shorters look at this stock, and I know because this is what I'm saying. The shorter says, what kind of piece of shit is this? We don't care. We don't care what this is. We see a $5 stock that went to 22. All we're thinking is, when do we short it back to 5? But the shorters, they don't realize that some of these stocks don't go back down. So they keep consolidating and they break out and they rip. So if you see this stock, again, if you see this stock above $22.90, it's going to $30. No joke. And if it goes to 30, it goes to 50. And that's these is what's crazy about the stock. Because the shorters, all they're looking at is this thing that's probably going to go back to 1250. Again, as a shorter, I'll say that same thing, but I've learned my lesson the hard way. These are the names that you get hammered on, and they go to 50, 120, 250, and you're like, what the hell is this? And you lose your life savings trying to short it because you just think every stock's going to zero. But I love this stock. I've been watching in the corner of my eye for the last 5 or 6 days. Very active. I love it. As long as there's volume and it trades, beautiful ranges. Big fan. Big fan of that. I don't even know what this is. Biotech? No idea.
I don't know either, honestly. All right. What about NVIDIA?
NVIDIA, again, going back to the whole philosophy with Kramer, you just own NVIDIA, but it's consistently being bought on every dip. So here you go. There's your faux show. And then you get the reversion to the VWAP. See how it hit it, and then broke it. Is it ever not a buy? So yeah, big fan, obviously. That's why I own the Qs. Qs have NVIDIA, Microsoft, everything involved. But today, yeah. And there's the inverse blow off top. You want to see something cool, kids? Watch this. So a lot of people understand up moves, right? They don't see the short. So the way to do it is you flip the chart over. So put a minus sign, and there's NVIDIA. Wouldn't you have bought it right there? Right? I just flipped the chart over. So when you see a stock breaks above VWAP, breaks down, there's a little faux show, breaks the low of the day, back above VWAP, and breaks out. But that's not what it did. The real reality is that it had a little blow off top moment and then rolled over, tests the VWAP, and rolls. So it was a short first. That's why I love trading. Short first. You know the stock's under accumulation. And again, first rule about shorting is short-lived, and you're going to die. And you understand that this stock's going to probably 250. I don't care what anybody tells you. Oh, it can't go to 2. Why? Just like people were telling you that McDonald's was going to be getting crushed today. Now it's at 301. How you doing? So yeah, big fan of NVIDIA, big fan of the chip stocks. I made my bones in chip industry back in '94. No one even heard of flash memory. We were killing it on SanDisk, crushing it with AMAT, buying every chip stock we could find, and it was just awesome. Still a big fan of semis. SOXL is what you go to. They trade them all. SOXL. If you don't know it, get to know SOXL. It's your new best friend now. This is every semiconductor you want to own, all rolled up into one stock. Phenomenal.
Okay, let's keep going here. What about NU? That's a new core, I think.
Micron Technology.
No.
Oh,
Nancy.
NU.
Nancy. Yep.
Nice. Yeah, just, again, flirting with prior day VWAP. Back above it, look at that big candle. There's your smart money algos getting involved. Yeah, easy. You're liking it right now, but let me see. I always look at the yearly chart. Wow. Oh, that's the August 5th fake crash. Turned out to be a nice buy. What is Nucor? Is that involved in the steel industry, or am I thinking of something else?
You are correct.
Massive chart, own it. Thing's going to 20. Wow. Holy cow. I forgot about this name. That is a beautiful looking chart. That's the yearly. Let's look at 2 years. Really? Hello. Wait a second. Is this all-time highs for Nucor? It's impossible. Really? Hang on, I'm buying the stock. Yo, seriously, 1750's coming in 20. That's a beautiful chart. That is a wonderful, wonderful chart. All-time highs, stocks that get through. Again, you had the one washout on that fake crash on August 5th. This is awesome. I thought this was $100 stock at one point. Did they do a? Am I thinking this is steel, right? Steel.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I confused myself. NU is not Nucor.
Okay.
My bad. That's my bad, guys. NU is like a fintech bank. Nucor is NUE. My fault.
Whatever this is, own it.
Yeah, it's a fintech bank.
Own it. I'm in. This is great, especially because they wiped everybody out on August 5th on that fake bullshit crash. The shorters are probably still trying to figure out what the hell happened that day, like I was. And wow. Generally, when you see a chart like this is a stock that's under accumulation. Look at that straight line. You know, I don't use trend lines, but look at that trend line. Usually 10 gets you 12.50, 12.50 gets you 15. This is a $20 stock, however long it takes. If I was swinging it, I'd put 12.50 as an out and 10, and I expect to see this thing at 17.50, 20, if not, 30s. And if it gets into the 20s, generally you go to $50. This is thanks. I like this. I'm putting it on the main watch list now. Thank you very much. See, that's what I love doing here. Like yesterday, somebody gave me an idea with Joby, and we're joking around about it, how awful of a stock it is. And then suddenly it woke it was like, what? I was like, how did you know that was going to happen? So here, somebody mentioned the stock Joby. We're joking around. I was like, it's a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. They got a government contract. Nobody even cared. But hey, look, if it breaks over the VWAP and breaks the high of the day, yeah, you're probably right. Wham! Next thing you know, it just happened. It was like crazy. So nice call yesterday on the Joby. And now you got yourself a little uptrend in there. So, and you had a little blow off top today, but that was crazy yesterday on that one. By the way, the market's not going down, right?
Hey, can you look at Spirit Airlines? That was one from yesterday or the day before, I think, right?
Yeah. By the way, the market's not going down. Save, you know what? I would have got stopped out, But now maybe you could revisit it as a long right this second. So again, going back to the idea, the break here from earlier, you got paid. The sellers just got stopped out. Look at the big candle as it broke under that range, and they bring it back to the original price where we were looking at, where we bought it, back here. And now you're back to that same price. So they bought it, and now you're flirting with VWAP. It's still a buy here. And the best part about this trade, wipe out all these other red lines because now it doesn't mean anything to you. So if you're buying right here at 285, you're risking a dime. And if you really wanted to let it breathe, you're risking 263. So clearly identified. And if you're buying here, I don't mind. VWAP, you're flirting with it. It's going to make its mind up. It's going to shuffle and jiggle. And either it's going to break down, you lose a little bit. You don't let it become a disaster. But if it holds here, you're looking for a new uptrend to form. And hopefully it can get back above the 292. And then you start looking for it to flirt back with those highs. Not a bad little rebuy there. Nice job.
Now, what about IonQ?
Ooh, that one came out of the dungeon a couple of weeks ago. I love it. But you got 10, got you 15 already on. Holy moly, it's over 15 now? Damn it. Yeah, I gave this to the room a couple of weeks ago because it came out of this awful downtrend. So there's where again, here's the Andy Dufresne just wallowing in its muck and then suddenly sprung back to life out of that downtrend. That was 10. 10 gets you 1250. 1250 gets you 15. This is doing now better than I thought. Love it. But it's gone parabolic now. You got to expect it to come back a little bit, but beautiful move. It's under accumulation. And again, look at the explosion right here through the 1 minute and the multi-day earlier. I love this name, but it's up 60% since we were talking about it. It's due to come in. But, again, you go back to the day today, If you're in it, again, your stop's right there at the half, at the VWAP. But I like this name. I don't like it as much at 16, but we were talking about it at $9.50 and $10 a couple days ago. How about that sell? Yes, McDonald's out 300. All right, nice. By the way, we're secretly trading McDonald's in the back room. Nice. You got the 300. You actually got 301 out of it. Now we're done at 300. Very nice. Good job, cousin Richie. All right, we're done with McDonald's. But if McDonald's plummets again later today, I'll look to trade this one again. Give me 280. Give me 295. I'm interested. Hopefully it pulls back 5 or 6 points now. Anywho, good. I could do this all day. All right, I do.
Hey, what about AppLovin, APP?
Oh,
yeah, you know me.
McLovin, yeah, I love this stock, but yeah, this one got away from me also. We were killing it. Is it here? Look at this. Last year, I was just look where we were trading it. We were trading this thing every day. That's why I leave the red lines up there. I can't believe what this thing became. We were joking around about how do you not like McLovin's AppLovin? And if I was saying if it breaks through 50, it probably goes to 120, and I just forgot about it. How do you not own the stock? But it's up so much since I was liking it. It's hard to love it anymore. But stocks that go to 150 generally go to one. If they break 150, they generally go to 180. And stocks that break 180 tend to go to 250. So whatever the hell AppLovin does, I'm AppLovin it. So yeah, I mean, awesome. If you own this stock, I wouldn't sell it. I'd give myself maybe a 20-point cushion where it broke out from. You got to think this thing's going to 180 at least, maybe 250. And by the way, the pump and dump that is the Chinese stocks are still getting dumped. Amazing. What a pump and dump. So I'm still flirting with let me show you where I'm stalking Alibaba, even though I hate the Chinese stocks. But now that everybody got scammed, you see where it broke out from? That's the 3-year VWAP. If it comes back and holds that bad boy, all these suckers that are short, they're going to have to cover here. And the longs, maybe they'll get encouraged to buy. But I'm going to let it bleed. And if it breaks down, I might even short it again because it's going to go back to $80 and be forgotten about and thrown back in the trash like the rest of the Chinese stocks. Nobody should own Chinese stocks. Nobody. They're only a trade for all of eternity. Nobody should own this crap. They're all fake companies, garbage, bullshit. Just my opinion. But I am stalking that one. But look, we're seeing a lot of red on the screen. UVXY still not even at the highs of the day. Let me go check out that OKLO for you. I think it just did something. Yeah, look, it's just consolidation at the low 20s, back above prior day VWAP. The shorts are on the wrong side again. Now you're looking for the retrace to the blue. You get over that 2090, the shorts are going to feel some pain all the way up to 2120. That's why I like this name. It's being bought, and it obeys the VWAP. And by the way, can we go back to the Boeing trade for a second? How you like me now?
Yeah, why don't you recap that for us?
How you like me now? As we had some money in it, got you out pre-market, got you back in, got you out at 161, right? We were looking for 161.50. Got it. Put our stops on if you wanted to hold that last 100. Breaks the prior day VWAP, you're out. And then what did I say? Hey, maybe this becomes a short again. Oh my freaking God. Right? Look at all the ranges that I built for us. All those ranges came back into play. So back above the 1 minute, and they did what they did to you again. You could have got paid 158.39, back up to the 159.50. But if you were looking for a reason to short it, rejected at prior, breaking the 1 minute, wham. Whoa. So you're looking at the essence of a day trader. You love this action. Making money on the up, possibly on the way down. I was buying. I was only long biased today. I got paid twice on long trades. Damn. That is something. But now, this could be a massive faux show bro again. So now, again, the long traders say, okay, it went to 153.50, back below the low, broke the low, came right back. Let's see what happens now. We might be looking at this as another long trade, like the people that just bought McDonald's after we sold out of it. This thing ain't going down. McDonald's just held to 299. You're right back to 300.5. A lot of action. Again, for the guy that says who wanted to know if we find trades, there's always a trade. As long as you understand price action, you could put any trade you want on. You know, like OKLO, right? If you're looking for it to pull back to 20, held it, you know, you can make a trade out of anything. It's just as long as you identify the risk and you understand that, hey, if this one doesn't work, I'll just get out. It's okay. You're going to lose on a couple of trades. But yeah, this was a classic, you know, dip and rip, 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. We got paid. And generally my day's over. When I get the trade that I came here for and it did what I was hoping it would do, usually I'm pretty much done. And then I just help people and go through some charts. And if something sets up where I know I have risk reward in my favor and I feel like putting another trade on, I don't trade because I'm sitting in this chair. I'm very specific. I'm very regimented. And I trade like a machine. If I see the advantage and I could take the risk, understand the reward, I nibble. I tend to take my size way down the later we get into the day, because what happens is your brain gets in the way. You know, let's say you're up to 500 and then your next trade you give back 250. What do you say to yourself? You don't say, oh, I better quit now. No, you say, oh, I got to make that 250 back, right? And then you try another trade and then you lose more. And you're like, oh, fuck, I got to make that money back. And you go down the rabbit hole of the gambler mentality where you got to bet the Monday night football game to try to make the Sunday night bets back. Don't do that. Every trade is exactly the same. You got to weigh out the risk reward. I like to take my size down later in the day just in case I'm wrong, because the midday trades, you know, again, they're a little bit more choppy. You got to be more disciplined. Sometimes you lose your discipline, but right here, Boeing's kind of telling you something, right? Maybe they just washed you out again. That looks like a news candle. I don't know. Did they just say something awful? Oh, they did. Boeing CEO says, I think that we're better off doing less and doing it better than doing it more and not doing it well. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Helper. So they just sold the market off on that comment. I don't know, whatever that means. Okay, we're better off doing, I mean, actually, that's true. It's kind of like trading. I'm better off doing less and doing it better. Yeah, that's positivity, baby. And they're looking at that as something bad? Well, I don't know. That's exactly how you trade. Doing less and doing it better. Wow. Okay. Well, you go back and check it out, revisit. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm never anxious to put another trade on. And here's what I want to show you. This market might actually stay red today. UVXY is flirting with highs. You're only 7 cents off the high. The market usually starts to put up a better fight. You know, you've had a tradable rally on the Qs already. And that tradable rally got to the same point where it got before. And it pulled the rug on you again. We're in a choppy, sideways, bullish market right now. And that's where we're at. I mean, I hope you guys are seeing it, right? Little bullshit VRAX trade. Let me see where TVGN is. Did it break down yet? Ooh. Was that the price we were waiting to buy it at? Yeah, sort of. Well, now you got the advantage in your favor. So if you were waiting for a reason to buy it, fake out, shake out. Now, if I was watching, I would have already bought it at 254. But you see the little subtleness right there? Kind of broke the low by a couple of pennies. Fake out, shake out. And this could be your next leg up. And again, the only way you're going to do this is you got to stay with a few names. You know, my cousin's trading McDonald's right now, killing it. You know, 3M, well, not 3M, 3M yesterday, Coke today, Boeing, maybe some VRAX, Save. And you got to go back and check. And that's it. I mean, that's, you know, then inevitably the market starts to go sideways. There's not much to do. So you don't do much. Like the Boeing CEO just said, do less. Do less and do it great. Doing more and doing it poorly is not a good idea. Less is more, really, in trading and in gambling. You know, I've been sports gambling since I was in the 5th grade. Lived next door to a bookie. I've told these stories 1,000 times. Sports gambling, that's what attracted me to trading in the first place. And every sports gambler, why do they call those 800 numbers? They think they're getting an advantage. It's all bullshit. But VWAP truly is an advantage because you're trading alongside the institutions. You're not fighting them anymore. And as long as you accept loss and understand they're not going to all work, all right, this one's not working, you're punching out. You know, like anybody that's buying Boeing now, there's only one price that means anything to you, the low of the day. So anybody who's buying it here, looking for the retrace, that's how you identify the risk. So if you're buying 154.79 or now 155, 153.53 is your out. And that's what we call a hard stop. You don't want to let this stock break the low of the day while you're still in it. Right? So that's how you're identifying it. You're buying 154.85 or whatever. You're thinking 157.20, 157.31 as a retrace. And you know you're going to get out here. Speaking of McDonald's, it might have just set up for a short because that last move failed. Actually, hang on. Cousin Rich, I want to short it in your face. Well, then again, I do. But you just hit that same exact price, $299.11, $299.06. Hey, man. And normally I don't want to. I might not want to take the other side of this trade, but I'm kind of mildly interested about shorting McDonald's. Or I just walk away. Actually, let me go get another cup of water. I got nowhere to be for at least an hour, so we could hang out. And then every once in a while, my buddy shows up and he starts banging out trades. All right, I'll be right back. If anybody has any more questions, just keep them coming.
So once again, everyone, this is Kenny Glick's Hit the Bid Trading Room. It's every day, Monday through Friday. Starts at like 8:30 a.m. Usually goes to around 11:30, and then he'll leave his chart up open all day, but he's not trading all day. His trading hours are mostly between 8:30 and 11. That's when he gets most of his trading done. But he has other people come in and trade throughout the day and into the close as well. If you're into this, if you like it, if you're making money, that's great. That's awesome. If you're watching this on our site, just scroll down. You can join Kenny's room there. If you're watching on YouTube, go to hitthebid.com. All of Kenny's memberships come with a 2-week or 14-day risk-free trial, meaning you can sign up for 14 days or sign up and within 14 days, get your money back. No questions asked. So super easy to take care of that. And you can sign up for the month, for the quarter, for the year. And yeah, that's where you see it. Kenny's doing this every day, and his indicators, as you can see, his crush it. The VWAP, multi-day VWAP works beautifully. And so I can't recommend it enough. Any questions? I'm here in the chat.
Kenny, should we do some more requests?
Sure. Just stalking this. I might short some McDonald's. Yeah, go ahead. That's going on.
All right.
I got my eye on it.
Let's do Do SoFi.
Ooh. Another one with the Affirm UPST. I was a fan at 750, got to 10. You see, that was another one coming out of multiple time frames. This stock tends to let you down every time it starts to rally, so I'm assuming it's going to let you down. But it did break out, here. This is a 3-month chart. And here's a 6 months. So you're at 6-month highs. Nothing to complain about there. Here's your yearly, right? You're over yearly highs. Still good. Now take a look at a 2-year chart, right? You got to assume this thing's going to make a run to test that 1170, but the stock continues to disappoint every time. It's just a hard one. I was a fan of the stock, but then, they were doing the loans with the student loans and all that stuff, and the government got in the way. I don't even know how to feel about this name anymore, but, intraday, you just had boom up, bang down, boom up, bang down. If I had to choose a side right now, I'd be out of it. That's the best way to describe that stock. It's annoying. It really is. The stock's annoying. But yeah, I mean, it did what it wanted to do. 750 got you back to 10. It's gonna battle up here, and if it battles and stays, here's the monthly. You've got to stay above 9 next time it pulls back. Actually, you don't even want it to go back below 937. That's the gap on that last. I think they had some news, so it's got to hold that gap. It falls back below 940. It's going to go right back to 9 and sit there for the next 35 years. This stock's so annoying. It really is. But again, you're at yearly highs, and you're so close to 2-year highs. And hold on, we're going to short some McDonald's. Are we shorting these McDonald's? Oh, hang on. All right, I'm short a little McDonald's. I short like 100 shares just to get a feel. If it breaks right back above that candle, I'm taking a loss. Because usually I don't want to go flipping the script yet. I usually wait for the roll, but I got in a little bit right here. Very, very tight stop if I'm wrong. The market's kind of rolling over, so maybe it'll take McDonald's down with it. You had 2 little fails now. And again, I'm not looking for a hero trade. If it breaks down, looking to make $1 or 2, but doesn't look like it wants to go. Cousin Richie's laughing at me right now. I think he's still long. All right. Yeah, again, I'm just nibbling. I might give it, I'll give it to 300. Okay, what else you got?
Got a lot more. Grab.
Grab. Is that Grubhub still, or one of those names? What's Grab? Grab.
I believe so. It's Grab Holdings. Yeah, I believe it. This is a is it Singapore? Singaporean?
My dog says don't buy it. Wait a second. This is a $4 stock? No, this is not the same stock I'm thinking of. Hold on. Whoa. Oh. Nothing not to like about it. Just broke out of this downtrend. Wow. What? Nah, this isn't the stock I was thinking of. Wait a minute. Own it. I mean, look at this. This is a 2-year consolidation. You just broke out. Nothing not to say bullish about it. Probably getting $5 on it. Wait a minute. What is this? This is not the same. This is not Grubhub.
No.
This is some weird shit. Yeah. 20-year. Let me see where it's been lifetime. I'll give you a heads up on it. Yes. Yes. Be in it.
Grab is like Uber in Singapore.
Be in it. Be in it. You just Andy Dufresne. There it is. You just Andy Dufresne. You just came out of you came out of the muck and all the garbage and ugh. But the only thing is, you're going to have some resistance right there. But you're into this big candle here. You're looking for at least $5 on this thing. And if you get into the 5, then you're looking at, that $6 right there. Not a bad. Nah, that's 2. I like that. NU. I like this one. Wow, these are nice. Adding a couple to my watch list now. That is very interesting, because usually when you come out of the Andy Dufresne and you're right and you're coming out, 250, more often than not, you're going to get $5 on this thing. I'd actually look at $5 calls if they are out there. $5. Did we just find a lotto play? Look at this. Maybe for my birthday. 450 calls for 17 cents with 23 days left. Hello. That doesn't even matter if it works. That's a good price. You could. Hey, McDonald's shorts working. Come on, baby. Just give me my $1. Give me my $1. I am interested, to say the least, and I like the fact that it has options. Let's go on. Let me go about on. How about for Christmas? How about a Christmas grab? Oh, wait a minute. Where'd it go? How about a Christmas? Ooh, Christmas 5s. Ooh, Christmas 450s for 22 cents. No brainer. I'm in. And I'm making the money on the McDonald's, so I could take the McDonald's money and put it on this grab. You better have a winner here, guy. There you go, McDonald's short. There's your $100. Now I can take the $100. Oh, cousin Richie, I'm going to crush your head. There you go. All right. There you go. If anybody got short McDonald's, if you got more than a couple of hundred shares, you could take something off the table already. Just got short 29, 99.74. Now you're at 99.85. 84 covered. There you go. Got done on a hunch. All right. Now you can let it breathe. Now you can take some of that money and throw it on some grab options. Dude, that's a sick chart. Let me go save my dog. Dude, cheap options on a stock that could possibly go to $6. You're risking 20 cents. What the hell just happened? I just got stopped out of the McDonald's short. Step away for 2 seconds. What happened? Oh, I was counting my chickens on that one. What happened? Cousin Richie just owned me. All right. I got 50 shares left. All right. I ain't getting out of the whole thing. Market's accelerating to the downside. Guys, UVXY just broke highs of the day. We might stay down today. Ooh, my God. Yahoo Finance telling me that the market ran out of steam yesterday. What do those guys know? Nothing. But you see how UVXY is giving you the tip off, right? If this stock is giving green, usually the market stays red. Nancy Pelosi's getting out. She knows something. And she does. Them insiders, man, it's amazing they're allowed to trade insider information. It's so illegal, and yet in the world of politics, it's just shunned upon. Yeah, shunned upon, sure. Hey, you want to make $8 million? No, that's shunned upon. I don't want to use that inside information to buy some NVIDIA calls. No, the one politician, I forgot who it was, he's my hero. Because he said it was like right out of the movie Aviator. He says, if it was illegal, I wouldn't do it. Until you make it illegal, I'm going to use the advantage that I'm given. That guy. I forgot who it was, but I was like, he was interviewed they were talking about how he used some inside information to make money on a stock. He's like, when you make it illegal, maybe I won't do it. And I was like, holy shit, he's my hero. Right. And they put Martha Stewart in jail. That's why, that's another reason I really don't like this industry. I mean, it's so shady and so awful. And I was born in the shadiness and awful. I worked at the Boiler Room and the whole Wolf of Wall Street. All that stuff was real. And it was so creepy and awful. And I was like, aren't we supposed to be trying to make these people money? I got laughed at. I remember I just took my Series 7. I got a 96. I never stopped. I never studied so hard for anything in my life. They're all laughing at me. You know, all you had to do was get a 65. Now get on the phone and sell. We're glad you think you're smart. That's what I was told. Now get in the room, Mushroom. My nickname was Mushroom. For 6 months, I didn't know why they kept calling me that. Finally, somebody said, you know why they call you Mushroom? Because we keep you in the dark and feed you shit. Oh, I don't know if I like this place anymore. So what are we doing now? We found a couple of interesting names. And guys, you want to see something that's cool? You know, I worked at A.S. Goldman. Ever hear of A.S. Goldman? We used to say it fast so people would say it Goldman. Hey, Kenny Glick from S. Goldman? Kenny Glick, yeah, from S. Goldman. Yeah, I called you a couple of weeks ago with a stock. Yeah, it's up 900%. You want to hear my next one? You better. No, I never talk like that to people, but those guys that talk like that, they killed it. Guys were just cursing and yelling at people, and I'm just schmoozing, talking about the company and you know what they do. Yeah, it's just awful.
Hey Kenny, let's look at Wolf. WULF.
Wait, I want to calculate some grab options for you.
Okay.
So for Christmas, maybe the stock's at 429. The 450s for 22. But look at this. You could do the 450s for 22 and immediately take in half that money on the 5. So if you do a 455 call spread for 58 days, you're risking a dime to make 55 times, 50 cents. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. I like this. I like this. And by the way, I am still short the McDonald's. I got stopped at a sum at the half. I'm gonna hang in there. Hopefully it rolls right here. But I'm interested because of the Andy Dufresne. I've done very well with stocks that look like that. And again, I wish I was watching. If I knew about this a couple days ago, I'd be in already. I like that it has options. And usually you want to get involved immediately because tomorrow might be the follow through to 485. So definitely on the watch list. And I don't mind if you buy it today with these options. 15 million shares on the breakout. Nothing not to like right here. Let's go. Thank you. All right, keep going. By the way, UVXY over 27, people. We are staying. McDonald's. There you go. Bring it home. Bring it home, Papa. Come on. Come on. I ain't covering any more of this unless it breaks. I'm looking for let's go 297.50. Well, I am. Well, I didn't mean to say that. I'm going to cover if it goes back above the 300, obviously. But I like me some grab. All right, go ahead. What?
Wolf. WULF.
Oh, ULF.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was Andy Dufresne a couple of months ago. We were trading this one. You see how it came out of the Andy Dufresne at 250, and where did it get you? It got you up to where we thought it could get you. Whoa! Wish I was in it. If you're in it, stick with it. You're coming out. You just pulled back to hold the Andy Dufresne. That is a massive pullback. That went from 6 back to 3. Dude, this is a 6 stock. What the hell? Those are weekly charts, but that's a lot of movement. Oh man, I wish I forgot about this one. Yeah, there it is on my old watch list. Oh man, very nice. I mean, percentage-wise, you want to be a seller up here as it's flirting with these highs again. I would never let this thing go back below 550 ever again. But if it does break down under 550 and comes back to those fours, I mean, this thing looks like it's very volatile, but still under accumulation, and it has Andy Dufresne, but it already did it. But now you're breaking above those highs. That ain't bad. Again, as a shorter, I look at a stock that was $3 and now it's up 100%. It makes me nervous. All right, but it is coming out. And remember, the shorters are sticking at this thing and they want to short it. So if it doesn't pull back, they have to cover. Let's take a look at 5 years worth of data. What? Oh. So this was some shitty IPO, I guess, at one point that everybody lost money on. Oh, my Lord. $35 to 50 cents. IPOs are the worst, except the IPO that my son owns. You guys, anybody own this stock with my kids still? Viking Cruise Lines. One of the only IPOs I've seen in 10 years where nobody sold at the open. Nobody. Look at this trade. Here is the opening day. You know, everybody usually dumps sitting here waiting for it to get, go down, and it just never budged. Where is it? What was it, 6 months ago now? It never broke IPO lows and then broke highs and has been off to the races. And one of the lessons I learned about new issues, if it does do this, 25 gets you 30, 30 gets you 35, 35 gets you 40. I have no doubt if this thing starts getting into the 40s, I'm not going to guarantee it, but this thing's going to $50. And if it breaks through 50, you're going to $80. Got a winner here, Viking Cruise Lines. If you like cruises, like my Big Al does. I think my son still owns the stock back when he was working with me. Because I was like, this, you want to own a stock? Here it is. But this stock, Viking, awesome. Anyway, what were we just saying? Oh, Wolf. WL. Man, this is just... Wow. That's what normally happens with IPOs. They sucker you in, and then they get hammered. But when they come back, like Coinbase, and Coinbase, great example. They suckered you in, but now, after they spent all those months and months and months of destroying everybody's wealth, what a beautiful comeback! I mean, unbelievable. I mean, obviously with the Bitcoin coming back and all that, but here's the Andy Dufresne, and 86 got you 286 on that one. Oh, speaking of Andy Dufresne, our friend is almost back to where we want to buy it, Clove. So again, we crushed it on this Clove coming out of this is a Kardashian bottom, meets the Andy Dufresne. Can't make this shit up. I like naming stuff differently from everybody else. But this is the Kardashian bottom, just huge, just awful, just awful, just awful. But when it comes out and it breaks over those yearlies and monthlies, this is a 3-year VWAP break. We didn't have to be the first ones in, second ones in. No problem buying this thing around 220 that day. Crushed it. And I've been a fan ever since. We sold it. Now I'm in it just a little bit just to keep an eye on it. But I think now that it's coming back down, there's the monthly. My bid's already in. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to dump the whole schmagegi. So right here, I'm sorry. I'm looking to buy 362. My bid's already in. But if it breaks down and gets into this candle, this piece of crap's going right back to 3. And I'm probably just going to dump it at 350. So limited risk. I'm going to probably buy at 362 in the next couple of days. It has weekly options. It's traded well for us. So keep an eye on that Clove. And I'm still going to get stopped out of this McDonald's, you piece of shit. I thought we were going to cash out of that trade. Oh, well. Anyway, what else you got?
We can do a couple more. What about a hot? That's another crypto miner. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, the crypto miners. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. What didn't we look at? Did we look at SLV? I don't think so. Silver's been breaking out.
Talk to me. Who owns silver?
Everybody, apparently.
Let's go. I buy the real stuff. I don't trade SLV. It's just weird. But I own silver, high-ho silver. I got bricks and bricks of silver. I got stuff buried in my backyard for a treasure hunt one day. Love it. I buy rounds every month. You know, I buy all these kind of cool shit right here. These are like, 5-ounce, 10-ounce replicas. I buy the kilos. I think silver's finally going back to 50. I am not selling it. I'm not selling anything unless it's above 50. I've been buying since 18. Love it. These are pretty damn cool. This is a company that puts a little bull on it. Love these 10 ounces. I buy anything with silver. You put a Jets logo on a silver coin, I'm in. Joe Namath, very rare. I like that. I got Grateful Dead coins. I love the poured silver. I got the eagle. I got silver everywhere. Love it. But I never ever trade SLV. I'm a silver fan. I buy the hard stuff. I like to be able to touch it and throw it at people in case, again, all the silver and gold people always think it's Armageddon. Oh, by the way, that premise is done too. They say, oh my God, we're out of the freaking McDonald's. Are you kidding me? All right. Got out of the rest of it. Lost a little bit on that last lot, but yeah, big fan. Big fan of the silver. It's like the lost brother of gold. I got some gold too, but I've been loading up on silver because it was cheaper. My favorite is the fake peace dollar silver round, just beautiful coins. They look like the old peace dollars, but they're obviously fake, but still silver. I buy fake Morgans, fake dollars. And then my favorite is this. And if you are with me, and again, hopefully you guys are sticking around to Christmas at least, I give away silver coins for presents. And I got these really cool ones with a bull and a bear on it right there. Poof. I don't know if you could see that, but let me see. Bang. Beautiful silver rounds, bull and a bear. I also have it tattooed on my leg. Let's drink to my leg. So we play trivia. The schmooze becomes a whole extravaganza. We play trivia, stock market trivia, music trivia. We sing songs, we dance, and we trade stocks. And that's it. And next thing you know, you'll be trapped here for the rest of your life, and it'll be a grand old time. I can't believe I'm still doing this. And that's my time. I'm going to go eat breakfast. I just got stopped out at McDonald's. But I'm digging your grab. And
wait, Kenny, let's do one more. Let's do one more.
One more. Okay.
Let's just do Tesla because they report earnings tonight.
Ooh. All right. Well, I've been a fan of Tesla since, the days of yore when I had the IPO and we sat with it at $27 for 2.5 years did nothing. And then we laughed. And I called my dad. I was like, some analyst put a $75 price target on Tesla. It's up 8 points. Let's sell it. Let's sell half. And my dad's like, finally. The dumbest sell we ever sold ever in our lifetime. And we wound up buying it back at like 180. And, oh, man. I should have been a billionaire on that stock too. Love Tesla. But now, the competition is huge. They've already pre-announced their earnings and nobody likes it. I think we'll go on a 180 tonight. I think you're going to have some trouble. But tomorrow, and if you're here, I'll show you how to trade earnings reports. Because if it's gap down and all the news is bad, and then guys that are looking to buy it at 180 show up like me, if it goes to 180, I'm looking to buy. So if it gets hammered tonight on earnings, that's when you come in tomorrow, say, all right, give me a VWAP break, and I'll join in on the dip buyers. And tomorrow, if the dip gets bought, you'll see the VWAP come into play. Right now, it's super bearish. It's below the 1 minute and the multi-day. Obviously flirting with the last time I traded it. And again, you see that red line? I didn't draw that red line just now. That red line's up there. That's the last time I traded the stock. And look how it's going back to that specific price. Because that specific price must have meant something to me that day, whenever that day was. And look how it's there. So, again, the red lines represent trades that I put on at one point. So what is that? And look at that, my friends. Again, all these red lines are where I've traded the stock. It's right on the cusp of breaking down under the 1 year VWAP again. I would not own this going into the number as own this going into the number. I never own stocks reporting earnings unless I'm going to hold it for the next 20 years like Rambus. And 2 years later, what's it got me, Rambus? It's still the same price, basically. I was up 40 points on the trade, and now it's right back to where I bought. But listen, what you're looking at right now is, again, a market that doesn't want to go up today, right? And UVXY is telling you. So that's the most important thing. I know the guy in the back who's saying, hey, man, I don't hear you mention the market's never going down today. It's down 5 points on the Qs. We're still really not. I mean, what are we doing? We're still in this tight range. We're still not even at 280, 487.50. But today, you're seeing a market that wanted to stay down, and UVXY is telling you that, at 11:30, usually this thing starts to disintegrate. Now, here's the fun part. We're going to be here all day. UVXY starts to disintegrate, and the Qs break back above where they couldn't break. The market probably still will have a rally in it. But right now, tech earnings are coming. Tesla, obviously, Q related. Next week's Apple, Amazon, all the big guys, Google. So people are lightening up ahead of these earnings reports. The market is making more sense than it's ever made. And I'm telling you, it usually doesn't make this much sense, but it really is making a lot of sense lately. And, when you have VWAP and an overview of the market with, somebody like me that's been doing it for 30 years, it's really all you need. All right, I'm going to get some oatmeal if you guys are hanging out. Obviously, if this is your free moment, nice hanging with you. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow and for the next couple of years. I will be back. I'm just going to go eat something right now. Pleasure hanging with you. Hope you guys made some money. I'll see you later, Spence. And he's gone. And I might have been talking to myself
Nope.
the whole time.
I was here the whole time, everybody.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, so that's basically it, right? This is around the time that Kenny leaves every day, and again, he kind of comes and goes, but most of the trading is over by now. And so that's it, pretty much. We'll keep this stream open throughout the day, and we'll close it at the close. And if you want to get in tomorrow, any day thereafter, got to go hit thebid.com, or if you're watching this on our site, you can scroll down, join right there on the page. You can also call the number on the screen, 323-421-7910, and we'll get you in there. Again, 2-week money back guarantee, no questions asked. After that 2 weeks is up, you will get Kenny's script to get your charts to look just like his orange line, his blue line, red lines, and that's pretty much it. So hope you made some money today and hope you enjoyed it. And like I said, if you want more, we're getting to the Thursday schmooze on Halloween, or his Saturday sessions where it's more education and not distracted by an open market and active trades. Gotta join. That's it. So this was fun. I'm glad we did this for a few days. If you missed it yesterday and the day before, you can go back on our YouTube channel and check it out there. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys in the room.
Good morning, VWAPians. What is today anyway? To Wed- Well, we are at a very specific and significant area on the cues right now. If we break down below this 490.63 again, we're going to be opening a new realm or opening the door to a new realm of lower support. We're talking 488.99 and these 487.35 on the day. And then, oh my God, we're not going to do it again, but we really, really need to consider this 489.11 area. That's back to where we were chopping around before. We broke through it, pulled back, ripped through it. Yeah, it didn't die at it. And now here we are looking like we're going to come back to it again. Come on, 500. Where are you? Well, you know, a little rip, a dip, and almost so the truth of what we've got right now is really, really binary. We are either going to spook the hell out of everybody right here, might even touch this 489.11, and then come right back and just rip. We're at one of these little candle postures we see all the time, right? Oh, it's breaking out. Oh, it's pulling back. Oh, it hadn't quite broke out. Oh shit, we're all about to die. And then it comes and rips in your face. So like ability that we get hella scary and come back down here and hit this. So let's go and put that back on the levels here, 489.11. And we're not really that, whoops, I guess the tool has the wrong tool on the tool menu here. 489.11. There it is. Good morning. Morning, 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 morning. And then, we know the world's coming to an end if we break this level down here at 486.82. So, we're still bullish. It's just a matter of, not wanting to die. But the grand prize is 513 eventually, and that's going to be breaking the highs. And then when we do break those highs, that's where we're going. I was really deep in thought and concentration and reflection on the idea that, it sounds so tongue in cheek and off the cuff and like what was it, criminally irresponsible or what was the phrase, to say that the market only goes up. It has to go up with inflation, whether it's a little inflation, a lot of inflation, but over time the value of things has to go up, which drives prices up. You might hate inflation when it comes to buying eggs, but you definitely want inflation when it comes to your stock market portfolio going up. Criminally negligent. That's it. So, when you look at just the history of the market itself, I mean, let's just go back in the time machine here. Let's go back 20 years, right? We'll just put this on the month. Oh, it's gone up too much. It has. Where is it going to go to? Where is it going to go down to? Are the Qs ever going back to $25? No, they can't ever. They probably never, ever, ever will see 250 again. We're sitting here just looking at a hiccup in time. We had our correction. The last correction was back in 09. And look how minuscule that was compared to the correction we did in 2020. Well, actually from Yeah, when was this? 2021 to 2022, right? Here was the COVID blip, right? Nothing. I mean, just nothing. We just corrected. If they were going to crush and ruin and kill the market for all eternity, it would have started here and never came back. But this time's different. The BRICS nations are all going to leave the dollar. Yeah, if they leave the dollar, that means they're going to be leaving bonds. Where else do you put or try to get a return? In companies. I don't want to admit it because I want to live through, hey, stocks take the stairs up and the elevator down. But, you know, where can it go? Why can't we, let's just do a little fuzzy trending measurement here. So from right there to right there, and we put that on top of that. We're just saying, hey, here was a peak. We found support. Now let's go to the inverse of that. That's taking us to 560. That's a blip, right? Where are we at right now? 490 to 560, 75 points. What, 75 points off of here? Back to 400. So since the beginning of the year, we've done that. And then why can't we do that going into, before before the middle of next year? Now, that doesn't help us on a day trading standpoint, does it? Because it's like, well, okay, yeah, so yeah, we probably will go to 600, but what about today? Just looking at a 5-year chart. Better yet, let's go back to what was this? What was this low down here? What day was that? What was that? Where was the low? Well, we really should go off of that low. So that was 10/13 of 22. 10. Wait, what did I do? What was that date? Oh, there it is. It was 10/13. Oh, I'm on the wrong year. 10/13/22. There we go. 10/13/22 up till now. There we go. So since even that low, we haven't come back and checked VWAP. Now, if we wanted to get really specific about it, we could come to this 10/26 of 23. Basically last year's low, right? 10/26/23. And even then, the market said, oh, no, well, we don't want to die here. Okay, and then we rallied to like all-time highs. And then the August pullback came right back to the multi-day. Didn't want to die there. Can't die there. And then we rallied again. Now let's put our VWAP to 8.5, which was, not so long ago. And we had a correction that lasted 1-2 days and then came right back. And then we went up to all-time highs. Well, not all-time highs, but the highs from that correction. Now let's take it forward again. See where we're at now. See if we're on the precipice of breaking down. We'll take it to this low, which is 9.6. September 6th. And yeah, so since September, the most recent pullback, we held the VWAP, we held the upper side of the VWAP, and now we're just up here holding. Uh, now, if it does roll over, you know where it's going back to? That's scary. But one more time, what is the nearest low? I mean, we got that low from 3 days ago. We obviously know where the VWAP's just breaking below that support right there. But let's go to this low right here and see if we're still holding. That would be 10-1. Okay. 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 Well, look where the VWAP is today, and look where this upper VWAP signal is from that low candle on 110. We just broke through that, right? So usually when you break through something, you're due for a bounce, and then if you roll over, you're gonna die. But if we keep selling off today, remember I had this level 489.11. That's kind of our macro level, but relative to the most recent low, this VWAP level right here is really our scary pain threshold on the market. And we'll get to, what is that, 489.56. And then we have our upper VWAP level right here. We'll put some love on that level. Now let's switch this up and put the VWAP to the highs here. So that would be 1014. Time frame 1014. And what have we done? So relative to the highs, we close above it. We got above it, got above it, got above it, got above it, are just now pulling back inside the VWAP channel, the VWAP shuffle channel, relative to the highs. So right here, I know we breached that earlier, but this is significant right there. 491.21. This is where we should start game planning. So if we come back and hold this again, like we just did, and don't break down below that the rest of the day, I think we're going to at least reclaim 492.45 and then probably get up here at least to the high range of the day. And that'll take us, we'll make that green. We'll make this, oh, this is where we really got to get back over. And it just happens to be pretty much where VWAP is right now. And then right here is the rest of the day. Oh shit, the world's coming to an end. So now we've got our macro, and then now we've got some intro day information that's giving us some guidance about where the chop is existing, and then what we're going to do about it relative to what current pricing is telling us. And if we look, where did we chop around this morning? We couldn't get through. 493.73. Where did we chop down to? Well, where we chopped down and couldn't get back over, where we consolidated a little bit here and broke down this 492.45. And then when we broke this, we gave it that little extra oomph, but now we're back above that 491.20. And you can see this is where that chop is right here. So now that we've dipped, we broke above it, we checked it, and now we're about to break this little range. Let's see if we can get this thing to get us back through 492.45. Well, I like looking for the macro levels and then how they're playing a role on the intraday, where they really provide that reactionary support and resistance. And then, of course, it's the idea that, hey, yes, we might have a couple of intraday levels that are lining up with these macro levels, or we have an intraday level, or we're trending intraday, and then there really isn't an intraday level right on point, but then there's this macro level that kind of explains why in the middle of thin air there's a pivot. So just like what we saw right here, this just broke out again. Now it's testing that level again. We don't want it to test the lows, obviously, but you can see it's struggling to stay over this macro level. And of course, we just defined that if that breaks, we're coming down to here and here. And this was that big, big, big macro level. So let's give that some extra sauce here. I was doing this one this morning from the standpoint of just the multi-day, because sometimes when you're out here in the macro, you don't have very many macros that really define your immediate chop. So you can use your multi-day, or you could come in and just like we talked about, all right, well, here's today's candle. Where are the VWAP signatures relative to this candle? You had one above it here. That's where we kind of topped this morning, couldn't get through. And then what's lower than this? Well, that can come down to here. And then defining all of the rigmarole in the middle, you got that, that, uh, slightly higher. There's one there. And then there's one there. Come on, cursor. Work with the jello. There you go. And one there. So these light colored lines here should define where the dominant chop zones are, where we topped out for the day, where, potentially we're going before we bottom out. And then you have your macro levels, and then you've got a roadmap for intraday. And not that your intraday levels are more or less important, but your broader pivot points are going to be defined by those macro levels. You see, that's where we just topped out up here. Here, let me put this on a naked chart. If I have one left. Shit, which chart was I on? QQQ 2024. There we go. So the colored ones I have, your green, your yellow, your red, and this big fat orange, those are like significant macro dominant levels. And then these lighter colored ones here, those are relative to the prior day's VWAP action. And look where all these pivot points are. Ping, a ping, a ping, a ping, a ping, a ping, a ping. Didn't quite get down to that big dark one. Got close, but didn't quite get down to it. But you see how it's holding that 491.20 right here. Let's see if that, gives us our pivot. You got the UVXY starting to pull back. If it breaks 2678, I think it's really going to give up the day, and then we'll start a recovery on the bottom of the day. Ow. Now, there's a couple of ways you can build those out, when you're out here like this. Let me switch this to another semi-naked chart here. There we go. And a lot of times when you're in a situation where you have like this is the cues on your default autopilot setting, right? 75. And okay, well, we can see that there where the sport is, but there's really no, dominant guidance above or below. Well, if you take just yesterday, so what you'll do is you'll go do your settings. We talked about this the other day. Put your settings on 1 and 1. So what that's going to do is give us 1 day look back, and we've declared all of the ranges based off of yesterday's action, which is going forward, providing where tomorrow's stuff should be. And then we do have a tighter range of support and resistance levels modeled out for us. So for the macro, find where you're trading, get your above and belows in check. So based off of yesterday, these give us, what today's potentials are. Kind of like scalp fly. And now that these last 3 days, including today, these last 3 days here, you'll notice we traded inside this candle and we really didn't go anywhere. I mean, probably in the pre-market we broke higher yesterday, but then we stayed inside this candle all day. Now we're still inside of it. So coming out the bottom of that leads us to what? The next target down, and then the next target down, the next target down, the next target down. But in the macro sense of things, we really don't need these levels because they're really too far out of scope for today's action. But now that they're there, now you can kind of plan for anything that gets thrown at you on the day. Now back on intraday. Same chop zones are materializing relative to VWAP. Where'd you get down to? Couldn't quite get down there. And then where you chopping at now? Just don't forget to put your settings back on autopilot. And again, the idea, you're not looking for, you are looking for some precision, but no matter how you derive these VWAP ranges, where those dominant, hey, this is what I got to do to break through moments. And just like here, what did we do? Oh, we're breaking out again. All right, 1, 2, 3 candles, nullified. And here we go. But this is still looking up. Your sentiment is negative still with the Qs. So we really don't have any type of, we should be buying the dip. But if this thing chops around for another 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and we start trending above the hourly here, it's going to come a point where the shorts are done. They're done covering their short positions. And then we're looking for that confirmation bias of buying pressure starting back. And then we can start looking at, a newly derived breakout scenario. We kind of had a little one here, but all it did was get up to exactly where this morning, the VWAP of that opening candle. That's where that peak went right there. So this morning at the bell, we had that opening candle with the highest volume of the day so far. Here was the VWAP of that candle right there at 493.92. And then later on, when we were trying to rally, where did it get back to? Right here. 493.92. Wow, it overshot it, but it didn't stay up there. Matter of fact, neither one of these bodies closed or opened up right at it. Bug. There's a fly in my eye. UVXY with another rally to the high. A Boeing. Now here's the idea. Your sentiment here of your hourly, you're over it. You broke the little range. You're just about to VWAP. You're going to have a price check on aisle 12 before this really decides to go anywhere. Just because that's what they do. I would look for this to pull back and at least hold 55.58 and 55.36. Just because you go into it being pessimistic, and then when it does maintain a bid, you're good. But at least you know, hey, it starts failing these two. Maybe I don't want to stay with that long position anymore. And just like standard technical analysis, hey, you got a high range right here, you pull back, you finally broke out. You're not going to let it go back below where you should have been taking profits initially when it first kind of broke earlier in here. If you were long from down here somewhere, because after this kind of bottomed, kind of pulled back, you're like, all right, let me give it a shot right here. And then you got paid and then didn't die. And now it's going to VWAP and then hopefully it won't die. And but right here is where, you're real stock like Boeing can say, hey, oh shit, it's breaking VWAP. The institutions are like, shit, we're buying. Next thing you know, you're right back to the multi-day. But let's do the VWAP shuffle, shall we? Want to see the VWAP shuffle? Watch this. Bang. There's your VWAP shuffle ranges right there. You got your VWAP in the middle, your little bands below it, and your bands above it. So you just got up to it. Maybe. Okay, now you're here. Check this. Now it's going to break out and come up to here and then pull back and chop around here. And then it's like, oh, let me get the last of this caffeine in me. Then my disposition will be a little more cherry. Oh, maybe this cherry coffee will give me cherryness. With a hint of black cherry. The barometer of the market is sort of oh, where'd Mickey D's go? Oh, it's finally working. After you try to get short, it got stopped out. It got really stopped out. Makes new highs, and then it fucking rolls over. Ooh. But this 299 and change area on the McDonald's, now that it's below the hourly, yeah, 290. I'd like for this to pop back to 299.76 and see what you see out of that, and then look for it to potentially start to roll. And if you get the roll, it will go to 297.80. But this thing's got to prove that it doesn't want to die. It's all those trans fats weighing down the stock. What do you got? U.S. Steel? Oh. Whoa, I haven't done this chart in forever. Look, I got purple lines on there. Wow, that's pretty. That's so pretty. Actually, that's kind of easy on the eyes, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. Soft magenta. All right, those are old levels, so they got to go. Well, that's where U.S. Steel wants to go, 40.58. Just hold on. You just broke the yearly VWAP, 40.58, where it wants to go. Now that you broke the yearly VWAP, though, that's something to, understand that, hey, this is a macro level, 39.87. And you're also today breaking this ass crack from 920. So this dip, rally up, do the first, bottom of the VWAP shuffle channel here. Then you got up to it once, twice. Today you broke through it, got to the VWAP. Now you're getting over it. So you might get a little more out of this. You know, that upper channel, 4058. You'd like to see this swallow through and start, you know, all hell breaks loose rally to 4081. But there's your macro environment. And then on the day, you'll see there's a lot of chop at this level, 3906. So come back in here. See, yesterday, that's where it really couldn't, it kind of got to it. And then this morning, that's where it chopped to out of the open, pulled back, and then this is where it broke out from. Then it's been holding the VWAP all day. So there's buyers in US steel. And then now here you are through this 3987. You chop, 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 pull back. You just broke this little range here. And that's where it really wants to go next. Now with US steel, if you're using the autopilot, occasionally the highest volume signature will be tied to a you know an open high low close candle all in the same place. Kind of that's where this is off of yesterday right here. So sometimes you have to change this to like 15 just to get you to the nearest high volume event, and then you'll have some better read on the chop immediately. So with US steel right here, this just had a volume event just 2 minutes ago. Set the bars here. Your next graduated area up is 4014. That's where it wants to go. And then you can see where it just came from. Your chop support is now down here, just where that last pullback was. So this all modeled everything out. Here's your initial range breaks between here and here. If you get this thing to start putting a closing candle above 40, you're going to 4017. If it breaks here, you're going to 3982 and then reevaluating whether it's going to hold the day up or not. You are still in an uptrend. You're well above the hourly, so there's buying pressure still intact. So this new issuance of volume right here on the very near term is kind of letting you know that, hey, you know, we just dipped and then we broke out again, and now we got all this new volume that broke us through the top of this range. So this is where you really want to pay close attention to what's going on off of this candle. If this stays here and holds, and then we break above here, then we're looking for a move forward. But we did, off of this high volume here, just have a low volume event got triggered. So, oh, here we go. We're going to throw this volume at it, and then nothing. And then wait a minute. So just be cautious with that. But your bigger picture levels, they're going to, yeah, 3987. You just broke out of that really. So chopped around, you broke out of it, you pulled back, now you broke the new high, now it's going to check, and then you want it to come and break this. So that's where it wants to go up here next. Might be able to even take this back to that prior volume before this one because it was slightly higher. Let's see. Yeah. US steel trading in 5-cent ranges, it's probably best just to sort of focus on those primaries. Badoop. Why you go badoop? Ah, why you go badoop? A badoopa doopa. Let's see, what were some of those other? How'd that wolf turn out? I kind of chopped around and went nowhere. That was kind of looking interesting for a moment until it wasn't. What was the other one? Gap or well, save was another one. He got nowhere. Grab as. You know what? For the piece of shit that this is, it's minding VWAP's business. Was it NU was one, right? NU. And yeah, McDonald's. Your mama's green pepper burger. Oh, snap. Oh, the hourly wins again. Oh, that we just looked away from that too. 2 minutes after we were looking at it, and then all of that. That would have been beautiful to watch.
Yo.
Hey, solid. Quick question from the free room for the day. Can you explain what the lines on your chart are?
Was he asking me?
Yep, I'm asking you.
You're asking Solid?
I am.
The voices, they've noticed me. Awesome. The lines on my charts are derivatives of VWAP. They take VWAP and they define where the support and resistance levels are relative to high volume events that are not just the highs of the volume of the day, but where algorithmically derived volume events occur. And then they take and they define where the support and resistance structures are from that event. And then as it's building that, it gives us an on the fly VWAP signature like McDonald's here. So as this thing, obviously got this huge spike down, a lot of volume was happening. We have our intraday volume, or excuse me, our intraday VWAP on my charts are green. Your multi-day is in orange. And then it's tricky to show you here without being a little confusing, but here's that high volume candle right here on McDonald's, right? And then each candle itself has a volume signature to it. So for example, all these other ones, these little blue dashes here, those are all telling you what the VWAP of each candle is. That gives you an idea of where fair market value of that candle exists. So from that, we can build another VWAP signature based off of that element of the candle. So for example, with this high volume candle, you have a VWAP signature relative to the high of that candle. It's basically anchored to the high of that candle. Then you have the VWAP signature anchored to the VWAP of that candle, which is this gold line here, a little skinny gold line. And then the low VWAP signature. And what that does is encapsulates this dominant range for first thing, this high volume, the candle's dominant range from here to the low of it. And then you have a linear explanation of where that dominant VWAP signature is. So from there, when you have a high volume event, you can sort of determine, hey, what is this volume insinuating? Is this going to be selling pressure volume or buying pressure volume? And then just like when you read VWAP, VWAP represents fair market value over any given time frame. In this case, it just happens to be, in this case, anchored to a high volume event. So when you're able to witness what that incoming volume is deciding which direction the institutional money's moving relative to what that volume is showing you, then you can get some sentiment off of that. And then from that, this these ranges here, they further define what your dominant price action ranges of support and resistance are relative to this event. That's where all these lines come from. So most of them are like they're just gray. Those are your immediate general ranges. But what I found is they travel up to where I've noted them in green and red, which act as, hey, if this is going to become bullish sentiment, it's going to break out and go to this range. So you can start to declare, hey, if this thing starts breaking out, where do I know this new event's going to take us to? You'll break these two blue lines, either the high side, which is the high of that volume event candle, or the low side of it. So now in here, we're looking to determine what the sentiment is and where that volume disposition is. So if we break the top of this range, then we know we're setting ourselves up for a move from here up into this range up here. So then we can model out, hey, if we get this range break here, let me zoom this in a little tighter so we can see the action a little better. If we break out here, then we know that more than likely this is going to run up into this range. So then we can start to say, all right, well, if I get a range break from here, I can start preparing for a move from 299.60 to 301.60. So what is that? Essentially $2 or $3. And then now how do we size appropriately for that potential of a move? And then you can assign, I employ myself more of I'm looking for that $100. I want to hit it and quit it, make that $100 bill. So if I've got something that's setting up, let's say there's a range that breaks from here and I can get it to there, and I recognize, all right, that's going to be good for, roughly $2, I can size for that $2 move. But let's take that down into even the simplest of ideas here. Hey, I've got this immediate range here that if I'm bullish over these trend zones and it's going to break from here and it's going to go to there, and then I'm going to understand that I recognize there's going to be a reactionary event that happens there because these ranges are all modeled out to kind of the idea of where price discovery is in algorithms. When you get the sentiment from your VWAP in check, you understand, okay, I am bullish now. So if I am bullish and I'm heading in a specific direction, I can model out, hey, from here to here, I know that, hey, this might be all I get. So I can model a trade out. If I break this range, it's going to go here. And then I can declare, hey, this is going to be good for, $1. How do I size appropriately for $1 move on a $300 stock? In simplest terms, let's just say we had a range here from here to here was 20 cents. Or better yet, let's say it's 50 cents. We can say, all right, well, how do I take advantage of a 50-cent move here? I know if I just put 500 shares and I get it looks like it's going to give me 50 cents, but I really only need 20 cents out of this move. I can size for a 20-cent move in a 50-cent potential setup, get that 20 cents on 500 shares, make my $100 bill. Or I can size in a little heavier than that and then do it in thirds. So, I'll buy 1,500 shares. I'll sell 500 immediately at that 20-cent mark. Hopefully I get to my prime target. I'll sell more there. And then if I get some follow through, I hold. And then that last 500 shares I'll reserve for, if it pulls back to that 20-cent mark. So that's what these ranges do. They just define where all your support and resistance levels are relative to this high volume VWAP event. And then from there, you're actually recognizing where all of the reactionary zones are relative to what that new algo that got issued and thrown at the market. And a lot of times when you see things that are either selling off or ripping higher, the market will come in and try to place support. So when this was selling down, that big nasty candle down, it got to an algorithmic trigger which forced the market to throw volume at it as, hey, we got to try to support it here. And really this got triggered because this was breaking down, hit our main VWAP of the day. And then that's really, in this big downtrend, hey, we got back to VWAP. We planned on getting there. We just didn't plan on getting there that fast, but bam, here we are. Okay, throw that supportive volume at it. Now we could have watched this unfold, and if this would have broken the blue zone here and continually trended under the VWAP of this, we wouldn't really have bullish tendencies right now. We would still be thinking, hey, this can't get over the VWAP signature of that high volume event. So more than likely there's an absence of buying activity or an absence of buying pressure, and we have to continue thinking short, and then we'd be looking for a breakout here to start cascading down to our next target levels. And then if you did get this to start working, your next dominant level that it's going to manifest is going to be down into, the profit taking zone to the downside. So from here, we'd be able to, classify what the sentiment is it bullish or bearish? And then from there, we have a catalyst trigger that should take us up to our next profit taking event. And the idea is, hey, I'm not saying the stock's going to 304 right now, but if I continue to trend in that direction, now I know where I should be taking profits, because that's where the algorithms are going to be structured to take profits. And then along the way, if I do choose to get long, I know I can just look at these very near term direct support and resistance lines right underneath to be able to help me define my stops. And most of the time on an entry long, using these ranges, I'm just looking at this entry long using the immediate dominant next dominant level here as a stop. Because if you get into a trade, whether you're long or short, you want to be notified right away that you're wrong. And maybe it's just not the right time. It just isn't a quantified breakout yet. You want to be notified about that and get out. You don't want to sit here, all right, well, I'm going to give it down to the low of the day and see what happens there. And then by the time that transpires, you're upset. And maybe you're already at the point where, hey, I don't feel like I want to rip the Band-Aid off now because I'm already too upside down. So being able to understand where the immediate dynamics of price action are just clearly defines your trade. If you're waiting for a setup up here, you're going to be using this as your stop, and then you're going to be taking profits at the first level, the second level, and then you're looking for it to get to the promised land. And then the levels up above here, see how these two are tighter here. When you break this first profit taking zone, and a lot of times they'll continue up to here. But what this division here demonstrates is where, okay, this is where this initial breakout should be taking profits. And then if it's going to continue, it's going to get up here. But then what you'll see is that if it starts breaking above here, you're going to be entering a new consolidation zone at higher levels. So just like right through here, you're kind of in a consolidation zone across here. And this is where it starts determining whether you're going to start trending higher and then create a new consolidation zone higher. So these just give you your, I guess, max potentials, if you will. But at the same time, it's allowing you to create a very disciplined entry and exit strategy. And it doesn't matter, hey, this is working. Okay, I got here, I have to sell some. And no matter what it does, you're just going to act as if, hey, if this is going here, I'm going to take profits here no matter what. The same way you would adhere to, if this is my stop, I'm going to take stops here. So when you start building a discipline for yourself that I'm modeling my trade out and saying, hey, if this works, I'm going to design this trade to provide me X for this quantified potential. I get in, I get out there, instead of, hey, I'm in and I'm just going to hope this thing goes to $700 a day. You know, this is just clearly defining and helping you model out a structured trade, instead of just kind of, hey, it broke a level, let me get involved and see what I can milk out of it. And the more often you develop this modeled out trading strategy, you're going to find yourself, even if they're small wins, they're going to be consistent, and they're going to minimize the anxiety about the trade, because you've just clearly defined everything. If you go into a trade with a modeled out plan saying, hey, this is where I'm going to take profits, this is where I'm going to get stopped out, and then you engage with it, there's no stress, there's no fear. You're going to take losses in trading, but the principle is that if you understand that taking taking meaningful losses is a winning trading strategy, meaning that if you don't let those losses get out of hand, you can continue playing. But if you don't have the discipline to adhere to where those, your stops are, eventually you're going to blow up. You're going to run out of bullets, and you're not going to be able to fight. And then the same is true to the flip side. If you consistently take profits, even if you're in some of these smaller trades, or maybe you don't have a larger account and you're consistently making that $35, which just sounds painful. Oh, I hear people talk, oh, I made 3,500 today. And you're looking at your P&L, go, well, I made $70. I'm a piker. But you're consistently making that $70 every day, and then your account rises, then you can afford to buy more shares or buy more contracts in a disciplined manner, and then slowly build your account up. You'll go from making $35 a day to 75, then you'll make 150 a day, then you'll start making 300 a day. And then eventually, you take this concept about range trading and then apply that to what your day's pay is. You model that out for your say, hey, I don't need to make $1 million every day. I'm not trying to get rich. I'm trying to pay my bills. So if you understand what your day's pay is, which is a whole nother really cool calculation, you can say, all right, well, I need to make, I don't know, $300 a day. And then that's about 87,000 a year. And then you come in and say, all right, well, what's the most efficient and less stressful way to make $300 a day? Try to find yourself some range setups that are going to present you with a 20 or 50-cent trade. You can hit it and quit it, make that $100 bill, lather, rinse, repeat that principle 3 times a day, and you've achieved your goal. Now, if you take all of that and you just basically focus on the trades that really present the best opportunities, then you're going to be looking at those earnings plays in the morning. When earnings plays are gapped up or gapped down, you're going to have that initial 15 minutes that's going to present you with an opportunity to really hit it and quit it and probably get a little more. But those trades, like we were discussing earlier this morning when Kenny was on talking about the earnings names, the reason those work is because they have so much pent up energy in them by all of the speculation. And you go into the mentality of, well, what would a bag holder do if he had a stock that closed at 195 last night and then opened up at 247 this morning? Wouldn't you be selling if it did that? Right? So if you found yourself with a huge gap up in the morning, you'd be selling. That's why when we come into specifically with these earnings plays, people are betting the night before like fools. But they're betting, and if they get it right, the first thing they're doing in the morning is taking profits. So you have a whole crowd of people with a gapped up stock. Oh, it had beautiful earnings, the best thing since sliced bread. They got all these great things in the pipeline. This stock's going to $1 million. But why is it selling off at the open? Because people are taking profits. And then if we learn to understand that mentality of smart money combined with defining where the dominant ranges are, so when they do open up and maybe spike a little bit, but then when they pull back, we know where to cover, and then we can model out what that potential is and then assign or allocate capital to that trade effectively. I hope that answers your questions.
Hey there, great answer. By the way, Q's just hit the monthly again. So we were talking about a very specific price. It just hit it, and then it hit basically to the penny. So if you go on the 1 month VWAP, and this is it. If we bounce off here, which is what's happening, and we roll through it, the next level is that the 487.50, which would be important. If you break 487.57, but just take a look at what's happening right here. Again, this is just another moment in the world of the rigging of the market towards these multiple time frame VWAPs. Look at the low wick, 488.74. I had 488.68. You're talking about a $488 product here, missing a target by 6 cents. It's pretty incredible. And if you guys did buy the Boeing back, look, that's how the trades start. My friend who wanted to know if we could find trades all day and every day. Of course, right? Boeing, came out of the bottom formation. You got the capitulation, rally, roll, didn't break down. 154.77, get you 156.47. And look how you triple topped at the VWAP. And now, if you're still in it, I don't, again, I'd still be in it because it didn't break down under the 155. And now you're sitting pretty. 155 out. and right underneath there. And if you bought the Coke again, like just spoke to the wizard bought the Coke, and again, it's a very boring trade, but 67.74 VWAP break, and it got to 68. That's a typical day trade. You buy something 75, you sell it at the whole number. Just putting $100 bills together, or in this case, typical day trader, you're buying, let's say, 500 shares or 1,000 shares. Sorry, 1,000 shares, you make $250 just revisiting the same trades. Good stuff. And by the way, welcome to Solid Jello's world. That was so Solid. What are those lines on your chart? 20 minutes later, he's still explaining. See? I was like, uh-oh. And it was a great explanation. I'm sitting there going, man, this guy. So yeah, added bonus anytime you show up. Keep it up, man. So hey, listen, I spoke to the Trade Pulse guys with the institutional order flow. They're coming back on. We'll do a Halloween schmooze. So we'll probably let everybody in on that one. So no schmooze tomorrow. I'm not even going to be around. But we'll circle back. The 31st, it's Halloween. It's Apple. It's Amazon. A lot of tech, and we'll get into it. So don't make any plans for Halloween unless you want to go out partying. I'm not going to tell you not to. All right, I'll be here stalking you. See you.
Yabba dabba, doobie doobie doo. So like here with Coke, right? We have our intraday definition of where the near term chop is telling us where we're going to chop around and all of that. And, I drew that line there just to show the dominance of the next price target up if this breaks out. This is looking like it's consolidating above the VWAP, and it's looking like it wants to break a range. If that range breaks from this 67.90 area, and it does break out, the potential here is 68.26. And if you're going to get long, you're using VWAP as your stop. Then if you want to know hey, what's the big picture of Coca-Cola right now, you can go out to the yearly and say, all right, well, here's where it's trading now. And holy shit, it got smoked. And the big picture is telling us that in order to get back in the graces relative to earnings here, we need to get back over that line, which we're just under right now. Probably where we're chopping at right now. Now, again, look at this level right here on the macro level, right? Whatever this is, it's 67.98 on the macro. And then if this really gets gutted the rest of the day, you're probably coming down to 66. But if we can maintain a bid over that level, then we're going to be trying to break the near-term chop. But then here's where the macro level is. So where you're trading at right now are these three levels. Up here is your target if we're going to get full-blown recovery. Here's what we got to get back through to be back on the bullish side of the day. And then if all of this gives it up, then the world's over down here. So when we come back into intraday, we have a roadmap from the macro and giving us an idea of what we're going to be trading. Now, again, those levels we just drew were there before today existed. And look at the pre-market. Look where this thing dipped down to this morning. Here, let me get rid of the intraday one. Just let me get rid of that. There. These three that I drew the lines, the ones with the numbers on it, were from that macro perspective. And you can see this is where we chopped around this morning, where it couldn't get through. Chop, chop, chop. And then when it broke down this morning, look where it came down to, the 66 change area, and didn't really fail at it. So that was a good thing. And now here we are chopping around at this baseline level of 67.98. And that kind of makes sense why we can't break through that level. But if we do, then intraday tells us where we're going next, and then potentially get this to rally up to the macro level. And then look, we have a redefined multi-day giving us what our new augmented objective is relative to that high macro level. I have a client tomorrow, so I don't think I'll be able to. Now, for the moment with this Coke, you're still trending above intraday fair market value. That's your VWAP. You're trading over the hourly VWAP. So you have some bullish sentiment, but it's being met with a bigger objective that they're trying to acquire before they let this thing work. And that's what it appears to me. So, it makes sense now why it's chopping around in this range. But once we can actually, we already tried to break through it once earlier. And just because it broke out once, twice, and then got rejected, it was down here looking to be consolidated and accumulated. This looks like an accumulation. Now we'll know if we're wrong. If we start breaking here and breaking VWAP, then Coke's off the table. But this looks like accumulation for a bigger breakout. So this would be where you'd be looking at, all right, I've got buyers willing to pay at or above fair market value on the day. And now right here, I'm still seeing that we have buyers willing to pay at or above fair market value over the last hour. So this is giving us a little bit of bullish tendencies. And then, of course, our bigger objective is to see if we can get back over, whether the buyers are willing to get back over fair market value on a day over day basis. But what the beautiful thing about the multi-day is, related to earnings, is earnings are the multi-day defined, like in this case right here, we had something that reported this morning, and then here is where the VWAP was yesterday. So, and then on the current trend, the multi-day just takes into account where the VWAP signature, where fair market value was yesterday, and it's just a continuation taking in today's information and then outputting what day over day support is, or in this case, resistance, day over day fair market value, or VWAP. So when you have an earnings report, algorithmically, when you break over an earnings report multi-day, what you're saying is the algos are like, yeah, we're back in business with Blue Star. We're getting behind this idea. But your intraday is just chop finding out where you're at. But if you start trading above your multi-day relative to an earnings report, you're generally going to go green, and you're being able to recognize at least, I'm on track with what the institutions believe. So if this does break this consolidation range, it's going to come up and try to see if there are buyers at or above the day over day or earnings relative VWAP signature. And this is where patience comes in. And this is where the market, forces you to go nuts, because you're sitting here waiting on something to work, something to break out. It never comes. You get bored and you look away from it. And then 20 minutes later, oh, wait, I was waiting for that 67.98 break, and then it came when I wasn't looking. And then next thing you know, it's already made 80% of the move you were waiting on. So in that, it's helped to say, all right, well, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to put an alert right here. So maybe you do put an alert at the high candle above that dominant range and say at or above 6801, make a bell go off on my platform to remind me that, hey, something interesting setting up that I've been looking for. And now you got an alert. Hey, it's breaking out. Oh, it's breaking that dominant level, but it's triggering me to come back and take a look at it. Then what we want to see, if this is, going to chop through here a little bit, or whether it's really breaking out, this 67.98 is a very specific level. So now what we want to see going forward now, after all of this consolidation, we want to see the VWAP shuffle here. And that is getting a couple of candles to close above this level, meaning the body of those candles are closing above that level. And then the price discovery value of each candle is also above that level. And that's going to help mitigate any of these erroneous little wicking breakout moods. Oh, here it goes. It's breaking out. Oh, shit. Boom. And even if this does this, it's going to come up here. It's going to chop around a little bit. It's going to have a nice little nasty flash under it. And then if it closes above it again and breaks the little range that forms here, then you're looking for the follow through to the upside. Yeah. Here, I'll leave this on here for a second. Let me go fill my cup, and then we'll look at your ASTS and ALAR. I still don't think they're going away. I haven't looked at them today, but they didn't look like they were going away the last 2 days. So we'll see what we get here. And remember, if this does work and you're long, your first profit taking zone on the follow through 68.26. So if you're modeled out this trade, you should already be like, say you're already in it, you know your stops at 67.77, and you should already have an order out for 68.24, 22. Be right back. Hennifer, how are you? Good afternoon. All right, so see how we've got one candle that closed above this, and then essentially we nullified the breakout for the moment. But if we're going to break out, like I said, we're going to come up here. We want to see some positive traction above this level. Then we want to see a little pullback and then the follow through. And what's really cool is you see, this is the perfect example, but if this was the setup, that little dash right there would tell us, yes, we're breaking our macro level. And then we want to see a future candles VWAP structure be greater than that mark right there. That will be our algo trigger to quantify the range break. So, and watch, this is going to work. I'm going to go look at ASTS real quick, and then when we come back, KO is going to be broken out. So, well, in theory, ASTS, and then we'll look at your Oklo. ASTS. Yeah, we had those dominant levels up here. You had that opportunity yesterday, and then it was like, yeah, we break the bottom of this 2730 area. You're going to be coming back into here. So let's find where those ranges were. Let me switch this to up. There goes Coca-Cola. Looks like ASTS is there and right there, 2618. That's where that's going to come back and try. And if it fails there, you're 2567, and then yeah. So, but when we talked about this hit this upper line. We're getting the retracement to the back to the top of this consolidation area here. The bottom of that consolidation area is all the way down here. So now that this got rejected once, twice, three times, it's going to have to do price check on IL-12. but I still would be looking for this. I think you're in from like down here somewhere. So, I mean, I can't tell you to stay the course. You need to manage that trade, but these two levels right here, augmented for current action. Yeah. So on the daily action here, this is lining up with this zone, the top profit taking zone on the short side. And then, oh shit, this is breaking down. And then here's the end of it. What was the other one? ALAR, ALAR. Same scenario, right? We had a 1540 baseline, and that was from the macro assessment. Yeah, 1544. That hit the top line, and then we had that level at 1824. That should have been like, all right, this is gonna go to where? And we're almost there. So if this holds here and bounces, you really should have said, all right, yep. But 1544 is still your watermark. All right, what do we got? OKLO, Oklahoma, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, so in the big picture, your Oklo, this was coming out of this, bottoming formation the last couple of days, and you finally got your breakout, and then it broke above this trend here. So if we went back to these areas here, let me just go back a little further. I don't know how much history is on this thing. All right. So just a quick peek. Excuse me, a quick peek back in the time machine here. This is on this new breakout where everything was, looking to make a new judgment. So when it broke these two levels, if we look at what this did the last couple of days, you got through that first level, you pulled back, held it. Now you broke through this one, and you're going up to the next level. Sorry, grab a drink. Okay, let's hope I don't choke to death on this. So where this is trading now, what day was this? 21st, was that Monday? After this had broken out, you started, a lot of volume started coming into this. So this had recalculated at one point back on the 16th. So let's just take a look back in the time machine here. Let's move these lines and anchor them back to here, which would be 1, 2, 3 days. There we go, right? All right, so when we had that high volume event last week, this had modeled out these future price target ranges going forward. So we would have had this sitting here waiting for Monday, and then we're chopping around below here and here and here. But then on Monday, when we hit that new higher benchmark, it recalculated everything. So we have current updated augmented levels and ranges to base our new judgments on. So what this has done now, since this was formed here, we rallied up to the top, and then we kind of, hit the bottom of it and then flattened out. And now today we can't get back over the VWAP signature of that, but we're still not out of the, this is a normal thing. When stocks break out, even in the macro level, they go to a higher level and then they pull back and do a price check on aisle 12. They're asking, hey, do we have buyers willing to support the price at these levels. So now today it just looks like, and probably even a little bit of tomorrow, really going to want to test this 1855 area. But as it stands now, if you're long this thing, you really shouldn't be too worried unless it does break below 1858. And if you're long, then this 1689 will dial that in from the intraday. But you really want to see this thing, if you're going to maintaining a longer posture, the coast is pretty much going to be clear if you start trading over this level here at 2074. And then when you break out of this, then this thing's potentially coming up here to $30, 29.55. So if it breaks the top of this range, you're looking for it to start working its way up into here. So now that we've kind of got our macro roadmap, when we come into intraday, where are we trading now, and what's the stock up to? How is it trading on the session? So we can see that these levels here from the macro, this 29.75, that's the line to beat on the day. We talked about that. And now here we are trading near, the bottom of the next range, that really, if this doesn't start mounting a charge and coming off this bottom and getting back over 29.74, the reality is this probably is done for the time being, and it's going to have to retrace back down to these 1858 areas in the 1689 area. So if you're long, if you're long now and you're still positive above these levels here, you're not going to want to stay with it if it starts breaking back down to your, maybe earlier entries, or, hey, all right, I should have took profits when it was spiking in my face and I didn't, and now I'm going to hold, and now I'm going to hold because I'm still green. And then what'll happen is you'll end up getting back down to where your entry was, maybe even that lower level, and then you just wasted 4 days of your life. But where this stands now, this is showing that on this interest session here, we had a lot of selling pressure that's currently being met with profit taking. And now if we can get over here and break the top of this line right here, recovery on the day is going to set you up above 1966 for the potential of reverting back up here to 2039. When you have an absence of selling pressure and you break some near-term VWAP sentiment, you generally get that reversion back to VWAP. So the saying goes, in the absence of buying or selling pressure, in the absence of selling pressure, price action will always revert back to VWAP for fair market value price discovery. And that's what you want to be able to recognize, that, hey, there's no longer sellers. They're no longer just taking profits and making the stock pop a little bit. They're actually transitioning into buyers. There's a subtle difference, right? Short covering is essentially buying, but it's that disposition between actual buying pressure and just short covering. That's where you recognize you're breaking over a VWAP structure and you're breaking a range relative to that VWAP structure. That's where you can recognize the buyers are stepping in. All right, back to Coca-Cola, because that was cool, right? Oh, and where did it go? 68.26. Your mom's VWAP live in action. She does 3 shows a day because your mom's a VWAP. You are most welcome. What was it? Okay, what? OKLO. Here, let me throw these charts up again for you. What am I doing? Oh, click here, click there, do something like that. And I put basically it's the same chart I put in earlier, so maybe you looked at that, but here's your dominant ranges spelled out. Your green is, your bullish objective, and your red is your negative objective. So, I mean, that's obscene, right? You're trading at $20 there. You're not going to let it go back to $11, but I don't know. So let me take a screenshot of this, copy that, put that in here. And if you want, take these prices, and what is this? Okay. OKLO, right? OKLO. Take these dominant levels, put them on your chart, find these prices, draw them on your chart, and then watch how your intraday price action comes in and out of these dominant levels. And then you can start making, all right, even though it's pulling back, it should hold this 1859. And if it doesn't, then I don't want to put myself in a position where I have to wait for 1689 to remind me that I just, wasted time. So it's about, and a lot of times, you'll see these ranges, it'll pull back and go, oh, I just got stopped out. And then that's where the pivot point is. So get in the habit of kind of giving yourself that little bit of wiggle room by looking for that candle expression of, hey, all right, I've got 2 or 3 candles closing below this threshold level. All right, yeah, now I'm going to pull the trigger. So give that a whirl, but at least you know where the algorithmic reactionary event price and targets are. And then learn to watch what prices do at those algorithmically derived price action reactionary levels. All right, so where's Coca-Cola now? Coca-Cola. Oh, baby. Now you got the shorts on the run. Now this is going to pop above here and just pimp up here just a notch. 68.30. And then go, we were just kidding. And then make everybody get panicked. And then, I mean, algos don't lie. And like I said, this really looked like a great consolidation above the VWAP with a macro potential to break out. And then when you got that macro potential, it just took you to the next intraday potential. And then if this breaks here, your real next potential is up here at 68 because there's a gap of nothingness between here and there. You see there, when this rallied this morning, it gapped all the way down into here. There's really nothing around here except maybe that candle right there, which has been redefined as right here. What did I just say? 68.30. Watch what this does. It's sick. Yeah, it just did that. Nancy boy. I'll be a Nancy boy. And for my next trick, 2780 is going to have a little pullback, and then it's going to shoot into this range right here. And if you're long the UVXY, you should start locking some up here at 2786. And then if the world is coming to an end, UVXY is going to 2830 today. Holy shit, that's possible. We keep breaking these structures on the Qs. Man, oh man. Actually, because the UVXY is more tied to the SPY, the SPY right now is coming to 577.06. Yeah. That right there should get us to UVXY, top green line, no, second green line, UVXY, 27.80. All right, damn it. I said it was 86. Son of a bitch. Well, that's how you know the market's rigged, because Coca-Cola doesn't care. Have a Coke and a smile and fall out of the sky. That's Boeing's motto.
By the way, boring is not a reason to sell. You see that? And guys, I want to talk about this Coke trade again. This is the only time I've ever traded Coke in my life. The Wizard got involved, and I know a few of you guys got in, right? So, when it broke 67.76, and you see that slow, just this a slow climb. There's never been a reason to sell until just now at 68.25, because it just broke back slightly below where it came from. So now you're a seller at 68.25. You lock it up at 68. 68.02. You see the candle look at the high candle from 11.14. That's $68, and that's your out. So now you hang in there. If it doesn't break 68, you hold to the rest of the day. Because one of the lessons I learned about the market is when you would see a strong, Coke's not strong officially because it actually is still red, but it's strong-ish. People will short stocks that are relatively strong, assuming that the market will get to them. It's not the way it works. The ones that are bucking the downtrend, the ones that stay strong, and then when the market starts to turn, they get twice as strong. So you want to stay with the Boeing and the Coke as you're seeing the market was accelerating to the downside, and they were actually going up. And that's how you know you got yourself a nice trade. And that Boeing turned out to be pretty sweet. So if you missed the first 7 Boeing trades, when I was talking about it coming out of the bottom, that was 154.80. You got to the VWAP, you sell at 156.50. You use that 155 as the out. It never got there. And then if you didn't sell 156.50 before, now you got your chance. And you actually got back to the original price, was that 156.75, and you just tagged it. Phenomenal action on these 2 little boring stocks. Awesome. And yeah, today's the day maybe the Qs do stay down because UVXY and Nancy Pelosi's dumping. And UVXY is the day trader's best friend. That tells you overall, if the market's just a pullback or it's actually real sellers. When UVXY is up $1.80, this is the difference. There's real sellers out there today, and it makes sense. People are selling before big tech starts reporting. People are selling before the election. People are selling before the next Fed meeting. It makes complete sense, and it's just the VWAP still validating it. And the market doesn't usually make this much sense. It's actually really making sense right now, and it's fantastic. All right, my name's Kenny Glick, and I'll stand by my story.
That's the story, and I'm sticking with it. It's all sticky. You know how many times a week an E. coli breaks out at a fast food restaurant? And you don't hear about it ever, except when the orange man is serving fries. All he's got to do is go to McDonald's, get a quarter pounder, and eat it live on camera, and the stock's going to go through the roof. It's McDonald's. It's the only place you can eat. And it's not even cheap anymore. I want McDonald's. I don't want Mama's green pepper burger. But I do want to try that chicken McBig Mac thing. That looks kind of good. Yep. I got ice cream. You didn't get none. Because you on the welfare. I will tell you, this is a very, very precarious moment in the market. Breaking 489.11 is super duper not cool. Do we care? No, it's just going to go to the next VWAP level, but we should care because we're going to 486.82 today. And that's kind of nullifying the breakout. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a like macro high volume event, something very similar to August 5th, just because we triggered that level right there. You know, all lines aside, let me get naked here. Jesus, I don't have a naked chart to save my life. Break it back below this is, yes, we broke through it, but this is where it really said, yeah, maybe. And then we did. And now it's saying, just kidding. This is the kind of move that opens up algos. You just got back to the top of a range, which is right here. The bottom of the corresponding range is down here. And if you look over the last couple of days, this is nuance study. Your actual sentiment the inclination has changed. It's been the consistent uptrend until the last 3 days. If you look at this right here, this is starting to show an absence of buying commitment. Which means usually you get a retracement back down to here. So if this breaks, Qs are going to 476. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see how we hold up right here. But once again, well, if today turns into, oh, we were just kidding about crashing the market, we will get back above 489.10, 489.11. But more than likely, we're going to come all the way down here to 486.84, and we're not that far off from it. Hell, it's going to go there right now. And here's a good example of a recalculation that just occurred on the Qs. So we just had a mass influx of volume hit us. And now we're going to declare whether this is sell-off pressure volume. Is it intended for selling pressure, or is it going to be supportive? And holding the line here, look where this is lining up at. Our profit zone is lining right up with that macro level of 486.85. And we're breaking that blue line right there. Ooh, baby. Brittany couldn't have sang it better.
I thought you were going to go into the Bangles. Ooh, baby, you know what it's worth. Something, something.
Got PayPal rolling over. The SOX is rolling over. UVXY spiking up to that yellow line. Well, 2810. 2810 is where they're cashing in on their insurance policies, and then if it gets up to here, this is where the market gets scary, 28.30. Now, if you're going to give the market a shot, might be the dumbest thing on earth, but get this thing to roll one little bit more here. And just for giggles, what are 386s right now? They're $2. They don't want people to have that. Oh, that's because we're 487. Sorry. Which chart am I on here? 486. Yeah, 486. $487s. $491s would just get us back to VWAP. Got to do it in the money. See if we get a little rip down here. It breaches this. It goes to 486. That'll take these to like 110. 486.84. 486. 84. Yep. 110. $1. 486. 486.80. You can do it. Eric at the yellow line. Well, for the moment, we're still in the negative bias. And here's something else about these newly minted volume VWAP parameters, if you will. If you're short, this allows you to visualize that I can stay short relative to this high volume event, and I'm still short or already short. I have no reason to get out until either I break here or there. So there's your stops if you're short. If you want to tighten them up. So with the Qs, what is that? 488.22 and 487.93. And then if you break above this, then you're more than likely going to test that. But we ain't broke above right here, the VWAP from that volume. We haven't gotten above that yet. We actually once, twice, we're holding the line here. But this looks like it might dip out. Let's see. We get that VWAP of that candle to break that threshold right there. It's going to rip back down to 487. Oh, it's fighting. Oh, it's fighting. Well, yeah, 485.04 would be the expectation of follow through, but you have that dominant macro level at 486.84. So we're going to see what this is going to react to right here. If you go to your yearly chart, that top green line right here, 486.84, 82. Wait, let me, I want to be right. 82. And that's supposed to be 11. Pennies matter. Can we really sell off? 76 to 86 is only 10 points. What have we already fallen on the day? 293. Could we really sell down 12 points in one day? Ugh. So here's what I think is going to happen. We're going to get this spike down. It's going to crack this threshold, chop around right here and come back. That'll get the UVXY to break out through here, tag 2830, and then buy the 28 puts because you have till Friday. And all bets are off if we break that QQQ level, because then the market's going to crash, which it never crashes, right? It just looks scary as hell and chops everybody to death, and then it comes back. But this time's different. $487s. 487s are almost $1. Come on, rip it down. Fuck, for $1, it's worth it. Put that lotto on. 487 calls. At $1. But it's holding it. Oh. A watch pot. I got those calls over here, so when they dip below $1, we'll know about it. Coca-Cola. Oh, baby, it's a world that sucks. Ooh, baby, gonna break out much. Oh, yeah. 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 Like a moth to a flame. What's her name? Belinda Carlisle? Walk like an Egyptian. Oh, man, they are going to go screaming to their mamas. What's that move from 30 to 68? It's only 30 cents. Jesus. What's wrong with you, Coke? Charging $7.50 at a vending machine, you can go up 30 cents on the stock. I think you can. Well, you guys know where your stops are. If you are long the Coke, you know your stop is right here at this last little scare you to death pullback, 68.20. And why not ride this thing to 68.68? Oh, and look, the VWAP just happens to be at that same level. Oh, like magic. But your macro, macro was the 67.98 and 68.86. And your VWAP, your multi-day is right up here in that zone anyway. Your preemptive profit-taking strike should be 68.70. Just so you don't get VWAP slippage all over you. You don't want that. It would be nice to see the bears panic a little bit here, because they're all like, "Oh, I'm getting stopped out at 68.45. I don't. That's it. That's my pain level. I'm going to stay short until it breaks that level." And then, wham! Oh, 4 cents away. But Boeing. Sell it, Ma. I know. I don't know what this Stride is, but it had earnings, and it's going up too. Look at that gap. That's all the way gapped up, straight up to the all yearly highs, probably lifetime highs. Yep. LRN. Evidently, it's some sort of educational stock. Maybe we're all going to go back into COVID lockdown mode, and we're going to do tele-education again.
You know, I just was fooled. You know, I just figured I'd sell 157. I really didn't give Boeing enough credit, and it just, once again, I don't know why I do some of these things, but look how it got right to the damn, off by 6 cents. It actually got to the orange line. I mean, I only had 50 shares left, but it still went to the freaking orange line. It's amazing. I was like, all right, 157. That's an added bonus. I was about to sell it at 156.20, you know, half an hour ago. I was like, all right, an extra $50. Yay. It's still whacking, still tax at $1. Oh, by the way, the Coke, you got to be kidding me. It got to my offer price at 68.40. It went to 42. I didn't sell it. I was looking to sell it at 43. It's my lucky number. But yeah, I'm still, if it rolls over now, that'd be whatever. But at 68 and a quarter, I'm out. But this is a real good indication, or sorry, example of trending stocks ignore the overall market. You know, this Boeing, I don't know why it sold off on that CEO saying how he just wants to take certain things serious and not other things serious. I don't know. He looked at that as a negative moment. Thanks.
Like fixing the locks on your doors.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that a little bit. Everything else can wait. Doors in there.
Hey, by the way, Humana down to the price that we were looking to buy it. Don't buy it. Let's see. Maybe they'll bleed it back down to 250. By the way, I did like that grab. Did you see that stock we were talking about?
Yeah.
I'm gonna, I got a bid in at 401 and 399. See what gets there tomorrow. That's a very interesting chart. All right, now I don't feel so bad about the Boeing. It just gave back the money. But yeah, you see how it hit the orange line, and now it came back to the 157, and the whole market's rigged. It's fantastic. But that's a great example of what I was trying to lay down there for you earlier. You stay stock specific and then ignore the rest of the market. And the Qs got to where they wanted to go. You know, I didn't think it would get there today, but
Me either.
now if it rolls through here tomorrow, it'll give way. Right. So let's call Nancy Pelosi was getting out today. She gave us the hint by UVXY. But if it follows through tomorrow and Tesla's no good and it rolls over, then we could give back another, big chunk, which would be awesome. Get everybody nervous into the Amazon and the Apple. They'll blow out numbers, and then we'll have probably a buying opportunity. But again, I don't try to predict the future in here. I just trade what I see. But now that you're flirting with that, you got through the 1 month on the the 20-day, and now you're under the 1 month. You got to the 487.50. So if you don't fight back soon, you're in the 10-8 candle, and the low of that is 483, around 483.85, which would be your next area. And if you see the double, there's a top. Take a look at the 10-2 candle high and the 10-8 candle low, and that's how you know where the algorithms want to take it. And usually there's a VWAP around there. Because I've been doing this, so I've been obviously trading before VWAP, so I know things. I drink, and I know things. Let's see. And then if we do give way, I mean, I don't, again, that real support nearest is the low from the 1st of August, where they tried to roll over the market the first time, 477.5. And I, for one, welcome our insect overlords.
You watched Happy again, didn't you?
No, that's from Simpsons when he goes up to space.
Oh,
And he's in. And I, for one, welcome our insect overlords. Way of the Future, my favorite movie. It's my second favorite movie. First, maybe. By the way, if you make sure when I say things that I love, take notes. That's what Kenny Glick Trivia Night's all about. Right? Who remembers my first stock trade? I'll give it to you for the new guys. My first trade was IGT, International Game Technology, slot machines out of Vegas. Bought by my broker. His name was Jan Grossman. And for the bonus prize, the firm's name was Aaron Kranz King Nussbaum out of Boca Raton. Better be taking notes. Oh, wait, I might get my 43 on this Coke anyway. Come on. Come on, Ringo. Come on, Ringo. Now, if it triple tops at 43, you know I am the Matrix. Come on now. $42. Come on. Oh, come on. There you go. 43 sold to you. All right, I'll hold the last 50 shares for luck. All right. Way to go, wizard. See, the wizard texted me, said, hey, we buying this Coke back? I was like, oh, yeah, sure. Let's go. Community, baby. Community. Not a bad trade. Hey, look, it's a day maker. If you bought 67.76, sold at the quarter, and now you sold 43, and now you stops the quarter, and hopefully we get the 74 out of it on the rest. And if you're trading more than 400 or 500 shares, it's a pretty decent trade. especially while it's bucking the trend. Nice. All right, Wizard. Hope you made some money out of that one. The Wizard. Very lucky trader. It's nice to be good and lucky. I don't have that going for me. All right, be careful out there. The guy in the back's like, I told you the market was going to go down one day. Yeah, we're still in the range, my man. We're still in the range. Tomorrow's the big day. Well, actually, tonight's the big night. Because I don't think Tesla's going to be able to hold up. I see Tesla at 180. And then if we capitulate tomorrow, everybody that thinks, oh, this is the big one, it's generally never the big one. According to Jeff Hirsch over at Stock Traders Almanac, this is a bearish week. So he nailed it again, Hirsch and Stock Traders Almanac, which we'll have back on the schmooze. One of my heroes in the industry. Smart, nice guy, honest, phenomenal. Jeff Hirsch, Stock Traders Almanac.
Here we go.
Yeah, we just broke lows. All right, I'm gonna just sit here and watch the bleeding. I'm out now. I just got, I got a small lot of Coke, and that's it. A small line of Coke.
Small line of Coke.
This ain't the 1980s. What?
Oh, what? QQQ. No. No way, Jose. By the dip. $28 puts are $1 on the UVXY. The Q, they just went, oh shit. 480, fuck, 487. There we go. The 487s just hit $1.06. I think I said $1.10. This market's either going to crash today or you buy the dip right here. Oh, you covered your short? I know. But what? Oh. It's a no. These ships are equipped with all kinds of technology to let us know if there's a but. 487 calls at $1. We get that last little spike out of the UVXY. They're like, oh, we missed it by 3 cents. Let's get your ass back down there. Mad volume's going to kick into the market here any second. Oh. See this up close and personal. It worked. I love you too. Bloop. UVXY, UVXY, Y, oh, Y is the UVXY. Die, mofo, die. There you go. There you go. Break the seal. Break the seal. Break the seal. Just breathe, breathe. Push it. Push, push, breathe. Breathe, push, push. Ooh, what's... Oh, pineapple. I gotta figure out what I need to make for dinner tonight. I had honey sriracha pork last night, and it was good. I don't know where that went. Coca-Cola. Have a Coke and a smile and shut the funk up. All right, you got to have order out right now. 68, 62. Or sell some now. A little retracement, reload. And then I think earlier we were looking for 68, 68. Oh, that sounds good. Maple mustard grilled chicken. I got chicken thighs in the freezer too. That sounds really good. Protein rotation, moo, cluck, or oink. Let's see, we did moo, then we did pork, and now it's time to do some hawk. We'll do some chicken teddies. Oh, well, you like that tuna steak. Mixed vegetables and rice. Yummy. Coca-Cola, sell some. Lock some of that up just in case. But it looks like you're going to get that 74 target, 68.74. Mustard maple grilled chicken. Ooh, I got some stone ground mustard. Oh, that would be really good. It's a battle of the dollar bills right here. QQQ 487s are $1.11. The 28 puts on the UVXY are $1.06. Dollar bills, y'all. $1.17. Oh. This Coke. Oh, it's rolling over like a drugged Bill Cosby victim. I have no filter. Oh. But see, the funny thing is I do give a shit. All right, so the UVXY just retraced back to the hourly. It's getting its notable bounce. We'll see if it's got a hold here or not. And the market itself is retesting that bottom one more time. And Coke, don't care. They just stabbed the patient with some epinephrine and look at this. This is where it's going to challenge, though. Now we'll get the little monthly because that's what VWAP does. It just says, hey, this is where the algo is going to take it. We're going to chop you to death till we get there, and then we'll make a decision. Now, again, back to the Coke. This is an earnings play, right? So relative to earnings, if we went out to last quarter's earnings report on Coca-Cola, which was on 7/23, custom 7/23. What has smart money really believed about Coke since last quarter? Coming into this, well, prior to earnings now, over the last quarter, they've been trending this thing up, and up. So why did it start selling off? What did they know coming into this quarter? So from quarter to quarter, here's where fair market value was relative to last quarter. And then from yesterday, let's make that a big orange crap orange target there. And then the inverse potential of that from there would have been from yesterday would have been about right here. That would have been the earnings to earnings realm. Now we've overshot that because, imagine that. They just had the E. coli breakout going into earnings. Okay. Oh, and look at our intraday. There it is. Oh. We're going to 0. All right. Be well, Eric. $68.68. Now you want this to hold up here, 68.62, and then get your target modus operandi, what normally happens, to get you to 68.74. There, Becky. Now, UVXY is not really responding to this current little pullback. So that's interesting. Oh, look at that volume coming in now. I know. Oh, and then there's that. Hail Mary, full of grace. Chicka, 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 chicka. Don't fear the Reaper, Reaper. It's gonna be fine. Neo, there's a name we haven't talked about in forever. That thing, what's the volume looking like on that lately? That thing always had like 7 trillion shares every day. Now it trades like a penny stock. Or maybe they're making up that news headline. Yeah. SYTA. What? STYA? Did I type that right? SYTA. Oh, ISA, ITSA. Oh, we looked at this the other day. Okay. I'd say it's almost back to $1. Hey, you know what's on the precipice of really breaking down? PayPal at 80.25. Oh, it can't possibly go much lower. We were talking about 500 yesterday. Well, oil's not really going nuts. But this is one hell. You know, the Qs are only down 2%. That's not good. This is not good. What's our daily? Where's your 1 month? VLAP. VLAP. We're through that. Where's the 3 month? Yeah, we're not quite down to the 3 month. Would you have a 20-day or something?
Hey, now that we broke through, the only reason to cover would be if it breaks back above 487.50.
Plus UVXY just busted through highs. So you just caused that trigger right there when you said, here comes the trigger. If it would have broke down, if it would have triggered down, we would have been a little short covering rally. But when you're accelerating into the 2 o'clock, it's kind of worse. Usually at 2 o'clock, you get a counter trend trade, which could kick in any second. But usually, by the way, I'm out of the Coke. Missed it by 4 cents, but I sold it at 68.50. I can't believe I got 4 cents away from the multi-day and sniffed it. But the BA, look at that. Now I feel silly. I nailed this trade, and it's still rocking. You're headed towards 3 days of VWAP now, and you're about to hit it. Wow, darn it! But again, another classic example of why I'm liquid. I could buy, I could sell, I could buy, I could sell, I could buy, I could sell, and as the market's crashing, I could just sit here hanging out. Sad I didn't short anything, but by the way, this is why I don't buy options on UVXY. See how jacked up they are? Even if you want to buy puts on them, it's kind of hard.
I'd try it here, though.
Yeah, I mean, inevitably this thing, after Tesla comes out, and let's say the market does sell off, and if UVXY goes to 30 or 31, that would be fantastic, because if it breaks through there, then the market's doomed. But if it doesn't, like it usually doesn't, that'll be a great short up there at 31.50. But it's a big moment right here. But the biggest thing we're having is we're under that 1 month VWAP on the Qs. This is the first real sell-off, and again, this is perfect timing. The last 12 times the market's tried to sell off, UVXY wasn't doing anything. Today is the Nancy Pelosi effect. When UVXY is going up as the market's selling off, it's not something to something to take serious or serious. I mean, it's just another trade. It doesn't matter. But but you're past that 1 month. You just broke through the level, and you just hit the target. Again, I was looking for it to come down to. The first one was 486.57. We smashed right through that. Mm-hmm. So I got 483.88 on the mine now. But usually this is where you find some counter trend trading. You are not counter trending nothing right now. The market's just, there's no bid, which is nice. Not a bad sell at Coke. Man, they actually did catch up to it. Look at that. It was grinding up the whole time, and just bang, it got to that multi-day, and there was the rug pull. But we haven't seen lows on the markets this low since
October 9th. These big sell-offs, they're nothing. You start breaking out on the monthly lows and stuff, and like yearly, 3 months. I would take another 9 points to the downside. That'd be sweet. 477.40 area. And by the way, I thought I was going to be wrong. I said the July highs will be the high of the year. And for a couple of weeks there, I thought, oh man, I might be wrong about that call. Well, now it's going to, I still think I might be wrong. We'll see what happens with Apple and Amazon. But as I was saying this morning, it's rare when the market actually makes sense. Again, going back to Hirsch and the Stock Traders Almanac, and there's a dozen reasons to want to lighten up now. Fed, president, tech earnings, seasonality. This week is seasonality, weekish week, yeah. And here you are. So and it usually doesn't play out like that. Usually it's a little bit, doesn't make that much sense. That's why we trade price. But this is actually all lining up to be pretty sane. And that being said, UVXY, I guarantee you, will be a short within the next 3 days, and you will make at least $1, possibly $2, maybe $3. So just wait for it. You don't have to pick the top right now. That's how you lose. Because when it rolls over and starts to evaporate, it goes Jerry all back to where it came from. But right now, there's nothing buying. Nobody's buying anything. And do you feel fear in the air? It's not really. This is like a slow bleed still. Tomorrow, you'll see fear. When the market actually goes down big again tomorrow, then people will say, oh, this thing is different now. Ooh, we're not catching a bid after a big sell-off. Oh. So if we try to rally tomorrow, especially if it starts, let's say Tesla does have something decent to say, the market gaps up, and then we roll and break today's lows, all hell's going to break loose. And all hell breaking loose is another 6 or 7 points on the Qs. But then if that doesn't hold, then, it could be, you're looking at 469.88. That's the 3 month. That could happen tomorrow. 15 points on the Qs. We've seen it before. But isn't it nice when you just stay stock specific, right? Coke and Boeing all day, and McDonald's for that matter. Nice focus list. By the way, Clove at my price, not buying any more of it yet. But I did get where I wanted, 366. There it is. So now tomorrow, if it doesn't break the 366, which it looks like it very well may be doing that, then you got the 350. So then that's when we start thinking, 350 calls, possibly Friday for recovery. But if this thing breaks down, yeah, look, that 3 month VWAP says it's going to go back to $3. That's right smack dab in the middle of all that nice up move. You can easily see this thing give way right back to 305. But I'm going to try my luck on a bounce on the Qs soon. UVXY just had a little blow off top moment. Let's see. I don't want to start getting crazy trying picking bottoms, because that's how you get yourself in trouble and you start chopping yourself up. Because you'll try to pick a bottom, lose, and then you finally get one right, and all you're doing is making back the money from the 2 losses.
They just opened the spread up on those puts on the Qs. Or UVXY. 28s.
Yeah, you see the candle from 203 top of the candle, 486.23. That's where I think I might give it 486.23. You get back above that, You got the resistance right there, but you know that could trigger the buyers. And then I'm just looking for the move back to the 487.50. Again, this is not what you should be doing. Don't try to pick bottoms in the first sell-off, and since basically the middle of September. Just let it bleed.
20th of October.
I'll let you know. You want to see UVXY under 28 probably, and that if you can get it, if you nail it perfectly, that's what's so difficult about trying to pick a bottom. You better nail it right, or you're just going to get stopped out. I'll stalk it. I'll be back.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. That's a tricky one. We failed two really prominent levels and haven't really had a credible bounce solidifying any bottom yet. And the UVXY, you can see why, it got right to this level here, this 2830, broke through and pulled right back to it and held. So now it looks like it wants to channel up in this next upper realms. So until this breaks back below 2830, I think we're going to have to be expecting a little bit more downside. There ain't no bottom formed on the Qs at all. You're still way below the hourly, and even this most recent volume was determined to be selling pressure volume. And you just have to navigate it until, this resets. And there ain't no bottom formed. Hell, this is about to make new lows now. See what 485. I know Becky's over there just doing the jiggly wiggly dance because her and Eric been short since 1 o'clock, or if not longer, and they're just going, oh yeah, give me that 26 cents. I know, it's right there, isn't it? Here, let's watch it together in all its glory. Now remember the slippage. Cover into it. Have your order already there, just slightly above 485, 10. So when it spikes down, you get done, because it will have an inverse reaction to it. It's like sticking your finger in a light socket. Ah, you pull back real fast. Then you try it again because you're dumb. I'm dumb. I'm the kid going, oh, does a key make? Oh, that hurts. Oh, what about a fork? Well, that hurt. Oh, that hurts. What about a chewing gum wrapper? Oh, nope, that hurts too. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now touch me, baby. There's 11. You know, picking bottoms is stupid, but I tend to give them a shot, and this is where I give them a shot. And those 75-cent puts on the 28s, they're only at 60 cents, so they're still worth giving those a little breathing room. The 487s are now 35 cents. If you're looking for a lotto, you know, only one contract at 87, so I'm down 75 cents, 70 cents on this. But the but right now is where, you know, you can step in for another $100, get these things to break down just a little bit more, catch 4 of them at 30, then you got 5 contracts going into the end of the day. And if they blow up, they blow up. Why are you trying to pick a bottom? Because there ain't nothing else to do. If you ain't been short and you've already covered, then, you know, there's nothing left to do. But it would be monumental if you did pick some of these designated not bottoms, but designated floors relative to algorithmic price action and play a small bounce. 09, 06. Hey, we're in that 2-cent jellos and asshole range. Up there it is, 1 cent. Nice. Now, if we break 485 right here, you realize 483.60 is the next target down. Oh, I was off by a penny. Okay, so I'm right there. Cool. Now the world makes sense. Can't be perfect. Don't want to be perfect. But, you know, it doesn't hurt when the mathesses What'd I miss? Crack juice in a candy bar distracted me. Power nap. I'm gonna be sitting here bouncing off the walls any minute. No sleep till Brooklyn. We really got to find a way to play music. I know there's a way to do it, but it's really cumbersome. Now the NQ futures just hit a little upside resistance, so the Q's rallying up this line here. There you go. Oh yeah. The market's down today because North Korea just deployed troops into China to support, or was it Russia? I don't know. Going to war, baby. That's good for the market. The algorithms are out there right now scanning all of social media looking for 2 words: Molotov cocktails. This thing trades like BTU, right? It'll sit around, start going highs. You're like, okay, and you stop looking at it. Then it's at the lows, and then it chops around when you look at it. And then you look away from it. Next thing you know, it's up 2 points. or down 2 points. Shit's about as bipolar as he is. Oh, that's nice. Sound of chirping birds. That's very zen. Oh, yeah. Waterfalls. We used to dial up, you can go on YouTube and get any kind of soundscape you want, and it'll play like a loop for like 12 hours straight. But we did like the sounds of the ocean. Oh, that was nice to go to sleep to. And then there was like rainforest rain, and those are always cool. I live in Pennsylvania. All I got to do is wait a day, and I just open the window, and it's the sound of rain. Oh, ooh, even PayPal made a nice little recovery, put in a nice bottom. Donald Trump's about to break 35.85 right here. This breaks out here. This is like that consolidation setup this morning on what was it, Coke we were waiting on? Chop, 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 and then broke over the VWAP in a range. Oh, there's the volume just pumped into DJT. Let's see if this is going to be buying pressure volume or get back in your hole volume. Usually when something breaks VWAP and you get a high volume event, it's usually in that direction because it's triggering the buying. So like before when it broke VWAP, it didn't do anything but pull back. It broke VWAP and it pulled back. This time it initiated a lot of buying now that it broke VWAP. So all that pent up consolidation from earlier, well, let's just do it for once. Just go straight up. This will be a blast. 36.26 on DJT right here. Just go straight there now. $36.26. Sell some. I want to bet all the shit stocks are rolling over right now. Like the dash for trash names are taking a back seat. What the hell? Oh. Drug. You're new. Nothing new. Come on, UBXY. Just die. All right, they're back to $1. They still have the spread open. 88 by $1.07. They know this thing's going lower. Oh, and those 487 calls are now 70 cents from 35. Oh, they're 80 cents now. Oh, that's right. The PayPal. Look at this thing. Look at that rebound. Like out of nowhere. Well, if you are along the PayPal, you need to sell some right here. We haven't had any type of profit-taking pullback, and it's due for it right here. UVXY. Another excuse to, if you're short, you should lock some up right here. Just because it's pulling back to a support mechanism. And the Qs, they're back above that 486.82. So this is where it's going to hold the rest of the day, or if this shits the bed again, we're going to have a red close, a no bid Becky close. No bid bloodbath Becky extravaganza. Or today's whole day was engineered to break Tesla down. And it's not really, I mean, it's down 5 points on the day. Dude's making made to order freaking robots for your house. Rosie the robot going to do your laundry and your ironing and your sweeping and do your kids' calculus homework. I am in awe and I am in fear because Becky, you are so dialed into this stuff. I'm afraid and I'm proud at the same time. And Eric had to go to a doctor's appointment. Jennifer had to go to a doctor's appointment. All right. So the UVXY 28s are now $1.09. And the 487 calls are 90 cents. Young Becky-san, young Becky Jedi. You've always had the power. It was already within you. Now you just see it more clearly. All right, if you had the 487, sell some here at $1. Option prices, when they get to $1, they want to choke them out there because they're at $1. What was that? Gabba Gooba grab. Yeah, it ain't gone nowhere. What about the other stuff? Where's save at? Oh, OKLO. Yep, you broke the low.
Hey, there it is.
What?
I don't know. Did you guys do anything? Come on, we were sitting there stalking it. All right, UVXY blow off top. You didn't have to buy 485.50, but you buy 486. 486 ain't bad. And now you're back to where we said we were going to go. 487, 487.50. Right now you sell. Now you just added a little icing on the cake. The guy short UVXY. I'd rather see you shorten UVXY on a blow off top, because even if you get that one wrong, chances are if you could brave it out for a little while. But again, the blow off top, when I typed it into the room, that triggers the buying. So where's the blow off top? Flip the UVXY chart over and you'll see it. Faux show bro. So they broke the high today and the next candle came right back and broke the bottom of that prior candle. There's your moment. And if I was wrong, you would have been out 10 cents. But I didn't short it there. You shorted at 28.55 using 75 and 85 as your out. But more importantly, that blow off top triggers the little buy program that we've been sitting here waiting for 3.5 hours to kick in. And now you made a little bit more money on the day. Nice job. What'd you guys buy? Trump? By the way, speaking of Trump, Trump is moving. TRUP. Coincidence? I don't think so. You guys know about True Panion? They chip your dog or whatever. But yeah, nice call, right? DJT. And plus, I walked out of the room and went in the backyard because I was pretty safe and secure what I was doing. I should have mentioned the ash trigger. It always helps. And now you're done. That was a little icing on the cake, all right? We got a little fancy there. Normally, I don't condone trying to pick bottoms because usually it doesn't work. But when you know what you're doing and you got Nancy Pelosi telling you the coast is clear for 20 minutes, then you take advantage of it. But you got to, you get out now. And if we rally into the close, so be it. Now you just got to where you wanted. Right back to the 47.50 on the Qs. If you bought, again, I was thinking 485. I wasn't brave enough to step in there. But you see the little, when it broke 486 and a quarter and then it came back. And I said, hey, what did I type? I wrote something in the room right at that moment. Where is it? VX, blah, 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 need to break down about who. And then there you go. I wrote there you go because of where did I write that? I just wrote. Oh, I must have been on the air. I thought I typed it in. Damn it. Okay, there it is. 232. QQQ, nice hold. The turn where we turned. So that 486.20 might have been it. Starts to break down, but then it turned. I'm in right there on that turn. And that turn, now I could just use a hard stop at the bottom of the candle that I bought was the 231 candle, right? There's the turn. So now I could say, all right, if I'm wrong, I'm immediately getting out at 485, and 891. And I'm risking, you get 300 shares. You're risking what? You're risking 40 cents on a $480 product. Bang. Now you got your 487.50 sold to you. And then look, you just paid for another month. Hanging with the champs. And now that I'm not in anything, you might rally right back to VWAP, but I don't care because I just want to make the easy money. There you go, V bottom. Sid was waiting for that moment, right? Now, I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. UVXY is down $1 off the blow off top. 28.50 get you 27.75. Nice little payday right there. You just sold out of the Qs at 47.50. Normally, I'm not even here. But you know what? When the market's in flux, I tend not to leave. That's why if the market's in flux on Friday and I leave at 1:30 to get that massage, oh, baby, you better be ready for some fireworks. The market's selling off on Friday and I leave the house, oh, man. Then you got to start factoring in we might crash. I'm not even kidding. All right. Carry on, you maniacs. You get the Trump stock? What'd you buy? So you put the nature sounds on, nice and easy, chilling out, right? No fear. There's no fear when you trade price. All right, I'm walking out again, so be careful.
Why don't you run to the post office so the Qs can go green? That would be something. Oh my God, that'd be nuts. Stop you. I'll give away my secrets. See that daily candle on the Qs. Right there. Now we got to get above that. That's where I think we'll rally back to, but that's a stretch. I would actually have to say just the general dynamics of VWAP, the Qs will probably pull back under this 486.82. Looking at 486, whatever this is, 486.50, and then we'll settle out right around this number tonight, 486.82. So maybe we'll get this little pop like Becky wants, 487.93, and then it'll rip back to come down and test the hourly. It always does. You just broke the hourly without a retrace. It's macro wise intraday. It's going to do that. So, and we've got a lot of earnings that people are wanting to get set up for. So a lot of the sell off might be, hey, you know, I want to start looking at who are they going to be playing with tonight? Who is tonight? Tonight, Wu-Tang, VKTX Tesla, T-Mobile, QS, P10, NEM, Mattel, Las Vegas Sands, KNX, IBM, IB freaking M after the bell. Canadian Pacific, Celestica, I don't know what that is, but that's ripping into the close right here. IBM, yeah, look at that. Chop you around all day. They're going to close you out at Unchanged. Ooh, look at IBM. The VWAP, the multi-day, and Unchanged are all in the same spot. So they're starting earnings, going to be jumping earnings off from just the fair market value of fair market value prices. So 232 is where that's going to probably close at. Las Vegas Sands, I don't know. People aren't going to freaking casinos anymore, are they? Mattel looks like it's going to continue to sell off here. It's about to break the lows of the day. MaxLiner, Newmont Mining, Patterson Patterson Urinary Tract Infection Energy Corporation. QuantumScape. That's not really going to do much. Teradyne Industries. Seriously, Teradyne Industries. They have both civil and military applications. Teradyne. What do they do? Automated test systems and robotics products worldwide. They build the Terminator. They test memory devices, DRAM. Oh, they have the IQ-GIG 5G family of products. Yeah. T-Mobile. Now, T-Mobile tonight is going to be a very tight relationship with Tesla because of Starlink. There's a little tie there. Starlink is providing access to T-Mobile customers right now for this year, for the rest of this year. Well, a year, fiscal year, July 2024 to 2025, where you can access Starlink satellites using your T-Mobile service. Now in Europe, I think they're allowing Verizon to talk to Starlink. So they're trying the different networks out and having an auxiliary ability to talk to the stars with your mobile device. So there's a little correlation between, I know Starlink doesn't have its own, but Tesla is everything, right? So keep an eye on T-Mobile tonight. They're gonna report that they've got a relationship that's giving them access to satellite communication networks outside of their own network. Oh. And then of course there's a Tesla. I already got Tesla's levels mapped out. Here's the knee-jerk levels and the chop trend levels for a Tesla. Doobie doobie doo. These big 225, 244, what is that? 207 and 184.07. And then whatever the high volume registration is going into the close with Tesla. But these are pretty much going to be your first set of knee-jerk zones that they're going to want to test out. You're not supposed to be giving those links out there, Dabble, do you? Okay, then. That's cool. Tesla, baby. What are you going to do here into the close? Let's see. Oh, let's see. Well, you're already going to migrate up into here. So you probably get Tesla to close somewhere between the multi-day and the VWAP here. And then again, you should never bet going into earnings because, I mean, look at the ranges. If you get it wrong, you're going to get it really wrong. You'd be dropping 20 points if you get it wrong if you're long, and if you're short, yeah, there's like 30 points to the upside. So your best bet, let the earnings come out, let it shake the trees, establish its dominance high and low knee-jerk levels, whatever those actuals will be. And then tomorrow we'll play those ranges against tomorrow's intraday VWAP. That's the safest bet. Now, of course, if it's gapped up, I mean, if this thing closes tonight at, 216 and tomorrow it opens at 244, yeah, we're shorting Tesla tomorrow morning. And likewise, if this thing's gapped down to $1.50 or $1.80 tomorrow, or $1.84, I think Kenny said something like 183.50, somewhere in that range. He said 180. Yeah. No, that's the bottom of where it's saying tonight anyway, with what's currently jumping off. Oh. Don't be a dick. Vote for Glick. And you know what, Becky? It's going to try one more time right here, it looks like. See how it pulled right back to 486.82? I mean, pulled right back to it. The algorithms know that's a special level. 486.82. So special. So special. So special. Just like you. They either light the candle right here, or we end up closing at 486.82 today. But it's pretty crazy that it just pulled back to that level and bounced. Let's see if this range, the thing it does. Once nullified. All right, let's try it again. Here's number one. Yep. Well, not yet. See if it closes above it here. VWAP's still above it. There's technically two candles above VWAP, or the VWAP of the candles are above this line. It should rip it up to right here. That'll be the benchmark to try to get through. But not if they keep wrecking these candles. Sideways pop up. Ah, yeah, cheeky bastard. UVXY making a small turn here too. UVXY. They threw a new algo at this thing as this was selling off and bottoming out. Looks like we're coming back to 486.82. No, no. Why? 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 What time is it? Oh shit! It's only a little after 3. All right. I was, for some reason, I think we were. I thought we were closing in on 4 o'clock just now. The hell happened? I just jumped into a time warp. Maybe we did. I think we're good. Space has got a bid on it. Peace. Let's see. AMD's pulling back. Tesla's pulling back. It's going to pull back about 13 cents right here. Might see a little bounce. Well, like I was saying before, now that the Qs have kind of broke over the hourly here, they're due for, to test it and then make up its mind. But I think it's going to try to hold right here. If this double bounces right here and gets a sharp rebound, this will probably trigger a volume event right here. So we should see a recalculation of the volume and our ranges sometime right around this interaction right here. Oh my. And let's see. 36.59. That's where this is going next on DJT. Oh, here we go again, Becky. Oh, nothing like getting wound up like a top and then put away in the drawer without being played with. So what do we got here? 487.70. 487. 487.93. 487. Is that live right now? Shit. That's cool. Do I get an echo? Yes, that is cool. All right, I can mute that and get rid of that because we see what's going on here. So let us, yeah. All right, so coming off this bottom, we had a retest. Look at that, came right back to the hourly. That little rip and dip. And now it's coming to take, it's consolidating kind of the way Coke was earlier today, right? You have this dominant level you're trying to get through. See this little threshold across here. You got up to it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, chopping around at the next area of support under it, trying to really beat this. But if it can break here, this is going to be an important factor level right now because all of this noise, well, I don't want to say this noise, but these ranges were all predetermined where these dominant levels were because of this candle right here at 113. So we're still, we're still working that algorithm that got through at the market at 112, right? So all this candle here generated all of these support resistance levels. And now we're fighting to get through here. Now, if we get through here, this was the, here's the benchmark, right? So then we had a trending VWAP that we never got over, and then we broke down, and then we got over it, checked it briefly, held it, and now we're looking to break a range above here. So VWAP rules and the VWAP shuffle are pretty much, hey, if you have a VWAP signature, in this case, my big thick blue line is the hourly. If you have a range that's formed above your sentiment indication, and then you break that range, that's where the liftoff begins. But with this here, that might be all we get. But paramount to all of that is we are trending off of this 486.82 level. This here was an overshoot, in my opinion. So once it broke this dominant macro level, we had this already mapped out for us because of the way the new algo got thrown into the market here. So when that pivoted right there, and by the way, that pivoted to the penny. And when you recognize the algos are pivoting to the penny, you know the rest of these levels are pretty sovereign. And look how this just got back to right here. So that's the range to beat. Now we just claimed this range and we're going to make sure we don't nullify it here. So this just started to break out for real. You're getting this pullback to stop everybody out. And what we want to see is this stop out and then come right back and get right back above here. Then we should have no problem getting up here. But if it doesn't, then we're just going to chop around for the next 40 minutes and, you know, we'll end up closing at 486.82 anyway. You know, the socks is actually, someone just mentioned the socks in the other realm. We're all over we're global, baby. But the socks has kind of got the same exact setup right here. And it just broke that level. Check this out. See this consolidation range across here and here where we had dipped, and this is where it needed to break back above, and then we chopped up to here, there. Now you're just breaking over this. If you get a qualified range break right here and it follows through, this is going straight back to VWAP to 3370, right? Now, the one thing I will tell you that this little rally was met with a small pullback and an algo shift, and this might just rip a little bit and come back, and that would be the doom for all of us. I don't see that on the Qs though. I don't see that low volume threshold show up. So let's see if we can make this work. Remember what I said, this looked like it might be a stop hunter candle and comes right back. Now this is going to try this range. And our coveted 487.93, baby. Come on, one time for Becky. Wait, this is probably like the 337th time, but let's do it for Becky, man. Let's do it for Becky. Who's Becky? Come to the chat room, find out. I know. It's like a freaking stone brick wall. But it's playing ball now with the ranges. We have multiple candles with a multiple VWAP signature above that prior supportive level at 487.35. So and look, it's not a matter of, hey, we want it to go to the next level, but it's about navigating these ranges, you know, and we're seeing it now that price discovery is clearly defining itself above 487.35, but does it have enough strength to break out of this little zone right here, 487.67? That's the new, you know, new milestone. So what we want to see is just like here, where we kind of come off this range and now we're trending in this range. We want to show dominance above here. each of these candles that are showcasing a VWAP signature, if these lines are all dominant VWAP signatures, we want a future candle's VWAP to show dominance above a historic VWAP signature. And that's what we're trying to do right here. Come on, Becky. We're almost there. We're 20 cents away from glory. Glory hole on exit 58. Almost there. Becky won't be there, but I'll probably show up. $0.10. Now, the crazy thing here is that if you've been long and you were lucky enough to catch your 50 cents, or in this case, you bought the 67 and now you're getting your 98, you've got to put an order to sell at 487.91, which is right here. Because now it's going to retrace. But wait a minute, it just did all that work for 30 cents? Yeah, that's day trading. Why is it doing that? Well, you just hit a macro algorithmic level, and the algos are programmed to take you from one algorithmic level to the next. And when they get to the next, they take profits. That's why you see this, oh, it just hit that level. Why is it pulling back? Or, oh, it just broke over VWAP. Why is it pulling back? Because when things were, getting hammered, they tend to break through and then have a small pullback, and you're witnessing profit taking. If you looked at earlier in the day, oh, here it comes. It's breaking VWAP. Oh, it broke VWAP. And then what did it do initially? It pulled back. But when it pulled back, it didn't pull back and break a prior area of resistance. So that one said, okay, we're not dying. Oh, thank God we're back above VWAP. Now we've got the all clear. So a lot of times it's a safe bet to let something break VWAP, let it pull back, and then look for the range break above VWAP. And that's the same scenario that we were just staring at here, where we have a VWAP signature right across here. And then we got it to break out, and it broke out to where? The next target range. And now we expect it to pull back, because that's what algorithms are programmed to do. Oh, you got long? Okay. And it finally broke out. Cool. We got it to where it needed to go. Now we're going to take profits, and then everybody gets screwed. But if you know that you're about to get screwed, you're going to sell into that move, hoping that you get done, and then you don't care when this happens. So the idea is to design your trades from range to range, size appropriately for the potential of that range. In this case, if you were sitting here waiting for the range break at 67, you knew your target was 97 or 93. Hey, that's good for roughly 30 cents. But hey, I like my little building block trade strategy where I only need 20 cents and I throw 500 shares at something, get in, get out of that 20-cent mark, and I don't really give a shit what it does after that. I just put a $100 bill in my pocket. Do that 3 or 4 times a day. You'll never work another day in your life. See, that's what Becky did. Becky's like, there's a line there. I'm selling when it gets there, and then I'm out. I don't care. She has seen the light. The VWAP has shined down on her brightly. And then the Paula Abdul thing happens. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But to take this to the next dynamic, this this 479.93, this was the VWAP of that high volume VWAP event. So just getting back to it, this is where they determined the market was at. This is the algorithmic price of the current session. And then the macro level is here. So now we can clearly define what we're looking at right here. And if you want to do some comparison math, if you looked at the distance between this macro level and where the intraday level is, that distance between there and there is really the same distance from there to there. And that's really where we kind of pivoted at. Always be taking profits. Oh my. Is that really Coke? Did you say Coke? Who said Coke? Does this smell like cocaine to you? That's a funny joke, dude. I laugh every time I hear you say that joke. Well, right here, again, according to volume VWAP law, you hit the upside potential, pivoted. Now you're at the downside potential. And if this fails, you're going to open up a whole new other realm that if this breaks right here, you're going to get back to your full blown retracement to the VWAP. And that's crazy. All that work, all that chop from earlier. I don't want to. And then, but what does that signify about Coca-Cola? It got to the institutional money line and they said, we brought it up here and we hope people would jump on board, but our records show that nobody really decided to get involved. So us as institutions, we're not going to put our money behind this idea yet. But keep the faith in Coke. This week, later this week into next week, if Coke breaks over, this multi-day, the 68, it'll probably be like 68.50. If it breaks over this level, and it's easy enough to recalculate that, you just go onto your chart and, whatever day something reported, you anchor your VWAP to the day it reported. And then whatever that multi-day signature is, that's your money line relative to earnings. Yep. Look at that pivot this morning or this afternoon. That thing's about to go green into the close at 73. LRCX. Lamb Research. Don't they make things that fly and go boom? Oh no. They're an electrochemical disposition product of copper interconnectivity transistors and offers blah, 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 blah. They use the word vector in their description. Chips. Come on. Teradyne Industries. Teradyne Industries, Mr. Jones. Oh, 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 uh-oh. All right. The Q said, you know what? We're going to try that level one more time. Now Becky's going, Jesus, don't make me do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Nope. I'm going to sit on my hands. I already won the day. I'm not going to gamble, but sure enough, the Qs are going to 489.11. Was it called Teradyne in The Wolf of Wall Street? Was that the name of the company? Teradyne Industries, Mr. Jones. They have both civilian and military applications. You got to be involved. Teledyne, I think it was the name in the movie. Remember when we used to dance? Aerotime. Thank you, Alex. Aerotime.
Their mother picks up the phone. It was actually Terrafly was the one he pitched to Gordon Gekko. That was going down when he put some money on those other dogs after he left the office. And what was the name of the paper company? Up in your brain, you were. Come on, where's my trivia, guys?
Teldar.
There you go. Teldar paper. Then you had Terrafly, which was Buddy Buddy's pitch to Gecko that didn't work out. And of course, there was Blue Star Airlines. But hey, if you held the cues, look, if you bought that original break, you never got stopped out. You know, it tried to get you, but the stop was the 486.37. Hey, and UVXY kind of cooperating there with you if you decided to hold. By the way, if they were over VWAP when I came back to the chair, I was going to beat you. Blue Star Airlines. Anacott Steel.
Anacott Steel, yeah. Which actually is a real company, or was, wasn't it?
I don't know. I think Bethlehem Steel was real.
Remington Steel, yeah.
Now that was a good show. That handsome devil. Oh, you might get, what were you saying? 489.11?
Yep.
Oh.
We got to close above 486.82. That'll keep the market from crashing. But we break below that again and take out today's low. The next low is 476.
We're not taking out today's lows now.
No. I didn't say that.
Oh.
Going into this week. I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
This
there's
is
your
a very
UVXY.
significant bubble.
It's telling you your rally into the close might be good. There it is. Chop. The next chop will tell you.
Well, I don't know. If Tesla dies, we might.
Right. No, I'm just saying right now.
No,
Yeah. Anybody buy the lottos? What was it, like 488s? 488s at 230. What were they? Let me see. I guess the 489s would have been the lotto. 48. What? Oh, wrong chain. 488s for today.
They're probably like 80 cents now.
Yeah, you could have got them at 30. They went to 60. Yeah, not bad.
The 487s went from 38. Or are they at now? $1.30.
Funny about the Aerotime when the guy's telling him, hey, if you could sell 10,000 shares of this stock, I'll personally give you a blowy. I didn't put two and two together that the guy was actually hitting on him there. At first, I thought if you could sell some of this stock, it'd be, he was just saying it. That's what he says. And I mean it. Oh my God, retractable syringes. We sold that one. Hey, who are you? How do you know about that one?
We sold that company. I did every IPO there was. If there was a dumb invention in science and to be, pump and dumped, we were involved. We did the retractable syringes. Holy crap! How do you know about that? Oh, we sold. There was so many things. You go look up a company called UFEM. Probably the most gross product I've ever heard of. We was pitching that. I don't know. Stems to Civil was UFEM. Just awful. But Swisher International, I think, still a company. We brought them company. We brought Swisher International. Yeah, no, that's not it. Swisher International leading tobacco company. No, that's not the one. We brought a company public that made the hockey stick, the hockey pucks in the urinals, and your money went down the drain. Ho!
What about that casino, the slot machine company?
Well, that was a real company. That's IGT.
Are they still in business?
Hell yeah. They did all right. They did a 4-for-1 split. Stock kind of died after that, but they're still around. They had every once in a while they come back to life. Oh yeah, it is Swisher. Hang on a second. Why is this thing? Oh yeah, Swish.com. Restroom cleaners supplies. There it is. Swish, SWSH. I wonder if they're still publicly traded. We brought this company public. Wow, they're still out there. I wonder if the stock stayed solvent.
SWSH?
Well, that's the website, swsh.com.
Swisher Hygiene. Oh, that's a different thing.
I don't think they're public anymore. SWSH. I wonder if it's still. No. I don't think the website's still up. You should call the company. Yeah, all this crap. But the retractable syringe was interesting. That was for dentists. Yeah, we sold that. Here come the cues. 14 minutes left. Well, 16, because I can do math.
Oh.
What are you getting?
Well, technically, we got 15 minutes after the bell.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold. Does Tesla release at the bell, or they go to 4:30?
Oh, they're rallying into the close. They're going to hit VWAP into the close, so this will be fun. You
know what stock was in the news yesterday? Kenvue or Ken something. The stock that IPO I bought that didn't work. The Johnson Johnson spinoff. Some activist group took a stake in the company. What was it called? Kenvue, something like that. Kenworth?
KVUE.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Haven't seen that thing go by in a while.
That's kind of scary right there. Pull back after 3-day gap up.
Yeah, we're gonna start looking at this OKLO. It really is wild. Let's see if this thing come back tomorrow and just rolls over and dies. That's some weird looking chart.
What the hell?
Yeah. It's I don't know how to interpret this. It looks like it just came out of nowhere and then exploded, got a pump, got a dump, got a pump, got a dump, and it has got another pump.
No, it's about to dump back down to 1689.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Probably 1270 actually, but it's very active.
I have negative 106, negative 1197.
It's going to negative. Not only do you lose money on the stock, they come to your house and smack you in the head.
You owe them money.
Yeah. Pay up.
Actually, it doesn't look bad into the close here. About 1860 into the close.
Yeah, I like that new chart. Did you see that other one somebody brought up? NU is it
NU.
really? That's just an IPO or a new issue or something, or it looks pretty good.
They're using the same logo as Nucor though. It's weird.
But I think Nucor was NUE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at the daily chart on NU. It's right there. This just came up to the highs again today, and it's just getting a retrace because of that high tap. But if this consolidates and comes back and breaks 15, you got 1557, 1620.
Yeah.
Looking for 1750 here before. Well, 15 gets you 1750, right?
At least, yeah. Uranium's so hot right now.
I said hot.
Oh, I'll be right back. It's hot right now.
Well, they're throwing volume at the UVXY here into the close, but they have a negative signal on it. Let's see if it holds here. Looks like the Sox has got about 20-cent little rip into it here. Get this UVXY to start breaking down, give the all clear signal to, to kind of rally into the close. This is about to start amping up. See if there's any size building on the box. Yeah, 488 and 10. 488, 40, 488, 45, 488, 60. 489.11. Is that even on here? 489.55. It's going to drop. Uh-oh. Here comes your mom's VWAP. Oh, there's our recalculation. All right. This might be all we get here. Let's see. Find out if this doesn't continue to the upside, this is going to retrace back down to here to 486.82 into the close. Let's see what this volume right here brings us. We're breaking out. Oh, throw a bunch of volume at it. Get rid of it. Stop the madness. Time is it? 6 minutes. Oh, wait. Yeah, more than that. Let's see what the put call ratio is on the day. Oh, leaning to the call side. Stocks leaning to the call side at the close. Let's see what our big controls are for the day. 485 calls. 469 puts. You guys are going to get fried. Well, it's a spread. They don't want those 485 players to make any money. But then again, maybe they do. Let's see, where's the 485s? Ooh, baby, get above that VWAP right there. Unstoppable. Oil break, or well, oil futures slash CL right here, right now, just broke the multi-day and advancing slightly to the upside at 70.98, trying to break 71. The dollar actually sold off after 3 o'clock. It continued to sell down, and right about at the same time, we had the pivot on the market. Bitcoin actually took off, and just now is getting a little it broke VWAP and it's getting this little retracement at 66,290. So we got a little uptrend in commodities. Gold kind of bottomed a little bit. Now it's just kind of going nowhere fast, but it's not, nearly anywhere near the highs of the day. It's down $33 on the day. Matter of fact, oil's down 33 cents on the day. Ooh. There's got to be a correlation there. Q's being down $7.75 on the day at the moment, but looking to retrace up here. Hopefully we get to this 489.11 number. That'll put us kind of in the, okay, we're not going to die yet, but keep this number on your charts, 486.82. We break that again, and we break those lows from today, they might just give this market back. SOX has just hit the VWAP and had a little pullback. Tesla about $1 under the VWAP right here going into the close. So it's probably poised to close just about where it's at now, maybe just a skosh higher, right in the middle zone. And oil just stepped up a whopping 3 cents. Whew. Be a long 5 minutes. What to do, new volume. So that last little initiation of volume gave us a small retracement. Now this is bigger volume coming in, supporting that little pullback. And it's already trending. 489.11. Come on. Do it. By the way, the 487 calls are now $1.50. That's not the end of this week. That'll be, next week. one begrudging level at a time. By the way, I'm still hung up on someone's comment. Was it this morning or yesterday? The gambit. It's what you're doing right now. You're running the gambit, the squirrel gambit. You get through here, you're going to get to there. You get through there, you get to there. You get through there, you're in the profit-taking zone, and that's where that it's interesting. This is falling right in the middle of that. Solids gambit, yes, like the queen's gambit. I'm a queen. I'll be your queen, baby. Yeah, I have no pride left. It's like self-induced caffeinated Rain Man. Yeah. But she has a really great personality. Look at that smile. Little blinky eyes. Mega Ball. All right, pick a direction, you turd. Or don't. Marty. It's now or never. Oh, this is going to be fun and exciting. It's exciting and new. Climb aboard.
Yeah, it was already a good trade. I mean, that last chop, that last chop was annoying. Almost a 487.50 just to chop right back in your fotch.
In your fotch.
And now the fun really begins.
Eel. TSLA.
All right, that's going to be it for the room today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it. Again, final time. If you like Kenny's room, want to get his trades, he's here every day, starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Going to hit thebit.com, or if you're watching on our site, just scroll down and check it out. Either of those options below, and get into his room. 2-week risk-free trial for everyone, and you get a script, you get his trades, you get his guidance, his wisdom, his hilarity. So yeah, that's what we'll be tomorrow. And if not, then we'll see you on the morning show. And have a good one. Also, you can always call us at the number below, 323-421-7910. We'll see you there.